getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
So, hi-ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay? Jerry, STD. Ooh, 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 ooh. Touchdown, had to let you go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, oh, hi, ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Oh! Ooh, 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 ooh. Touchdown, had to let you go. Ooh, 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 ooh. All 11 with the points and shame. Ooh, 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 ooh. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why you so mad? Oh, oh, hi, ho. Jerry, why so mad? Oh, oh, hi, ho.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. We drove down the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, lose my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stop shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm always trying. Our ticker in my sights, AMC's mine.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Top of the day to you. John Merriwether's explanation of Go is the title for the day today. I saw this last night, and I reposted it out when I saw that Bigums had posted it. And I think it's something that we should read together. And I will copy this down. Hold on a second here. This is why it's really important to not have your knee-jerk reactions to something that's being posted out. Why is it's not showing that I reposted this? What's the deal? Repost. I don't know why it's not showing. All right. Anyways. Let's go over it. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here real fast and put this up on the screen. So John Merriwether, he said, "Thank you for your email and support. I appreciate your concerns, but I think you're misunderstanding the I think when he says this, I think he means explanation, but I'm not 100% certain. Kind of wondering about what that whole XL means. At AMC Initiative, this is not an incremental $1 billion to $1.5 billion investment. There's very little incremental capital being spent over those 4 to 7 years. Our current CapEx spend is between $175 and $225 million a year. So a midpoint of $200 million. $200 million a year for 4 to 7 years is $800 million to $1.4 billion. We've also been abundantly and incredibly clear that, and this is a quote from the meeting, the timing and the extent of AMC's Go plan will be calibrated according to the box office recovery trajectory and AMC's available capital, liquidity levels, and leverage ratios. And, of course, we will manage the timing of our Go plan investment consistent with the prudent management of our debt levels, leverage, and liquidity. With regards to the market share, as we stated on the webcast, we saw large increases in market share in the third quarter last year due to the incredible success of Barbie and Oppenheimer. This market share was at the expense of competitors operating in geographies where those films did not resonate as much. Oppenheimer also greatly outperformed in IMAX. This year we had difficult comps in market share because of the huge gains last year, and our competitors who lost share last year had easier comps this year with films like Twisters and Inside Out 2 that played better in non-urban geographies. When it comes to closing or exiting underperforming theaters, it is more financially prudent to do so at the end of a lease rather than in mid-lease. Exiting mid-lease incurs penalties and requires paying the remaining lease amount in full, unnecessarily using valuable cash. And this is in reference to closing down properties that aren't performing as well. With regards to capital allocation, again, as stated in the webcast, quote, so now our capital allocation priorities remain 1. Liquidity, 2. Reducing financial leverage and strengthening the balance sheet, 3. Investing in our existing business, and 4. Investing in attractive high return growth initiatives. Debt reduction has and continues to be a main focus, as we stated on all the earnings webcasts. Quote, since the beginning of 2022, we've lowered the principal value of our debt and finance lease by approximately $1 billion, and we've repaid $277.3 million of deferred leases. All this for a total debt and deferred rent reduction of $1.31 billion. We've managed to do this while our industry box office that drives nearly 100% of our business has been, at best, 20% below pre-pandemic levels. That's absolutely remarkable. Joseph, thank you again for your support and questions. I encourage you and fellow shareholders to avail yourselves of SEC documents that we routinely file for additional disclosure and information. You can find those documents on our website here, and it provides the SEC filings. Onward and upward, John. There you go. Pretty cool. They talk to us. They try to reassure us, and that's really important. You don't see that very often, where companies are willing to communicate more in depth with their retail shareholders over their plans. So that's pretty cool.
Let's see here. We had a 7 o'clock pokey stick of volume this morning of 71,000 shares, giving us a grand total of like, what was the grand total? Let's see, minus. It gave us a grand total of about 80,000. So we had maybe like 8,000 shares going into it or thereabouts. Lower traded volume day today than we had yesterday. What did we have yesterday? Well, 2 days ago we had 24 million shares. Actually, it ended up getting revised to 24.3 million. We had 16.1 million shares traded yesterday, so not quite half as much cut off. I would say that the same amount of volume is probably going to drop similarly today, and we'll probably end up seeing. Yeah, I would imagine 8 to 9 million shares traded today would seem right. So I'm going to be lowering my 10 to 30 million volume prediction to 5 to 25. There you go. Currently, AMC was down yesterday 6.11%. Currently, in the pre-market this morning, we're up 0.04. So we ended the day at $4.30. Let me make sure I'm not sure if I copy and pasted all of my numbers over from yesterday. Let me do that real quick here. That way I can get new numbers. Let's see, we closed at 4:30. How did everybody do on their price predictions? Let's see, 4:45. It looks like Tech went 444. Apex went 448, is typical. Nano was about 3 pennies under, so she was 441, and I was at. Looks like I was at the top end, so I'm going to be the furthest away, of course. Looks like I was 451. So, this is the current standings. Leading the week right now. Provided nobody gets an extra bonus point for having a unique price prediction or nailing the price prediction right on today. Here's the standings. Tech's in lead right now by he's been off this week by 43 cents over 4 days of trading. Apex is off by 50 cents. Nana's off by 60 cents, and I'm off by 62. So the chances of Nana or I catching Tech are probably pretty slim on a single day price prediction. We'd have to be like full 20 cents off of his and be right on. So more than likely, we're gonna have to. The only way that we're gonna be able to win this is by nailing the price prediction today. So good luck to us. It's been a rough week for me, man. I had two days that were just absolutely horrible. Monday and Thursday were both really bad days for predictions for me. Tuesday wasn't too bad. I was only 4 cents off that day and 14 cents off on Wednesday. But man, my goodness, Monday and Thursday were terrible. Where do I think price is moving to? Let's see. Let's see. Before we get into the numbers, because I know numbers are usually the first thing we look at, but I'm just kind of curious here. I just want to see something real fast. We did not get. We had that really strong break up in the after hours and pre-market after the fall to 415, completing the portion of the ascending broadening wedge of a retest of the secondary touching point of this level of support. So I'm expecting to see price move back up here. The market yesterday as a whole did decent. The SPY was it hit a 52 week high, an all-time high of 596.65, It's in the pre-market this morning. 596.67 has been a value that I'm seeing, or maybe that was after market hours. Let's see. That was pre-market. Hitting all-time highs here in the pre-market this morning. I am expecting some more movement upwards. I don't even. This is how out of touch I am here, guys. I haven't even seen what the Fed did. I didn't see the meeting minutes. I didn't see if they. I'm assuming that they dropped at 25 basis points. I didn't even see. I didn't even check. Let's see here. Let's see. What did they do? 450. Current target rate is 450. Did they not change? They did not. No, they had to have dropped it. What was it before? Historical. Hold on a second. I'm looking at it. So I'm pulling up the data for December 18th, and it's showing a 71.3% chance at dropping the rates down to 425 to 450, another 25 basis points. So, but it looks like they cut it because I'm pretty sure we were at 475 to 4 or to 5, I think is what it was. But let me just check something real quick here. Yeah, 450. They cut it 25 basis points. So 450 to 4.5 to 4.75. Yeah, well, that was like pretty much a 90% chance of that being the case. So it looks like it was ended up being true. And I would expect the market to continue to move upwards. Let me just check something real quick here. That should have happened. We should have seen rates falling. I do see rates falling. Looks like they started falling the most right around like 8:30 in the morning, which I was here for that part, but I didn't. And I obviously didn't see any announcements, but rates are starting to trend back up as of this morning. And typically speaking, whenever we see the rates trending back up, it's usually to push the VIX down further. And if the VIX is going to be going down, we all know what that means. It means the market's going to be heading up. So I am expecting to see some more green movement in the market today. So hopefully we can see that on AMC as well. I mean, just off the top of my head here, I would suggest maybe like a 436 close, maybe. But let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold your personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's get on these glasses. Hope you guys had a wonderful day yesterday. Nana says, Casey, your number yesterday was 449. Are you sure I didn't change it? I feel like I changed it at the last minute to like 451. I'm pretty sure I changed it at the very last, not at the last minute before the market opened, but I changed it. I was looking at 449, and then I think I adjusted it to 451. I mean, my notes say that I had 406 to 496. So that should be 451. Petro, not so much. So it's been, I had that surgery on Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning? I think it was Tuesday morning. And it's still bleeding. So I think, I don't know, I might have to go in. It's been, here it is now Friday, and I'm still getting, normally whenever you have a procedure like that done, it shouldn't be bleeding still after like first 24 hours. So something's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Third day, I know. Yeah, I probably should have gone in yesterday, but I didn't really even know. I didn't even know it was bleeding still until yesterday. My coworker was like, "Where was it that they cut you up?" And I showed him, like, I just kind of pulled my shirt up so he could see like kind of the back area, and he goes, "Oh man, it's bleeding through." And I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Ah, crap." So I got home. Melissa took the Band-Aid off, and I looked at the Band-Aid that we had on it, and I was like, "Ah, this is not good." So I'm gonna have to probably go in. No, no, we'll see what happens. Bacon, it's skin cancer. That's what it is. Don't worry about it though. I've had it since I've been a freshman in high school. I've been dealing with this for years and years and years and years, and I'm all over it. All right, let's do this. Um, you need wings for those heavy flow days. I probably need to stop laughing because laughing doesn't help. Let me tell you, it hurts. Glasses are clean. Let's do these numbers. I gotta give everybody a point for. Bacon. I got unlucky in the when I was standing in line for jeans. I got myself some unlucky jeans. But you know, I'm still here. I'm alive and kicking. But you know, what do you do? What are you gonna do? You get the jeans you get, and that's and you live with it, and you figure things out as you go. Let's see here. Yeah, that's. I'm probably gonna get off here, Petro, a little bit early, and do just that. So, I'll get off at 10 like normal, and then I'll go do that immediately. Short exempt volume. What do we have? So yesterday we know we had lower volume yesterday. We had 16.1 thousand million rather shares. So that's obviously going to mean less short exempt volume, but it should still be pretty high. Yep, 140.2. So it did come down a little bit. Utilization dropped quite a bit yesterday, guys. So we were down 6.11%. And obviously, whoever borrowed the shares that they borrowed for the first two for that day going into AMC's earnings report, obviously was just trying to make a quick buck on price movement. So that after-hour price movement and the price movement during the day trading yesterday, they obviously returned a bunch of shares as a result of that, and so that's they're simply looking for people to exit their position and trying to grab market shares in order to close out positions that were shortly created. Shorts. Who wears shorts? So there was somebody who was making some money on the move, and that happens every day. It's always happening. Let's take a look and see. We'll get to those numbers here in just a few minutes. But what is utilization? 25.08%. That's what it came out to. So we'll talk about how many shares got returned versus what was borrowed for that time frame. And let's see what's next. Max Pain. Once we get over to Ortex, we'll take a look at that. Max pain is 450. We started out the week at 450. It was 450 throughout the entire week. So same thing for the next 2 weeks. So 450 is really what the market's targeting. Let's see. I don't expect any change to that number. I think it's still going to be 450 today. The next 2 weeks, I expect it to be 450, and indeed it is 450 for today. Taking a look at the 11:15, ending 11:15 is still 450. Ending the 22nd is still 450. Taking a look at GME, $21 was max pain starting the week and has been and remained the max pain. Going into next week and the week after, it was 20. It drops down to $20. I'm expecting those 20s to start driving up. I just can't imagine that they're going to continue to stay there with price trading at 23.45. So I'm expecting those to go up to at least 21. I'm expecting the max pain for this week to be 21.50, but I've been expecting that since like Tuesday. So I don't know what's the deal and why it's not happening, but somebody's not creating positions that are balancing out the pain, and somebody's going to get stuck holding some bags here, money bags. That they're going to have to pass out. So $21 is max pain. Yeah, as of yesterday. Let's see what it is now. Still 21 for today. That's crazy. 11:15 max pain is still 20. That's crazy. 11:22 max pain is still 20. So there's some institutions that are really digging in their heels at lower values. And if the price does indeed close out the weeks much higher, like it is right now, than those points, and somebody's going to be losing a lot of money institutionally. There's going to be some pain here. That's crazy. Moving on to exchange traded volume. On AMC, I would expect 64% of our volume to go through off-exchange and EDGX as a normal amount. Off-exchange yesterday was 59.16. EDGX was 8.05 for a grand total of 67.21%, meaning about 3.21% of our volume more than usual went through those exchanges, which means we had price discovery lost price discovery due to shares being traded through those exchanges, more than usual. CHX volume was 4,827. LTSE was 72,830 shares. A lot of shares being returned yesterday. Borrow fees on AMC yesterday, I had seen about 700,000 shares borrowed as of about 10 o'clock. Looks like about 300,000 shares got returned by 11:45 in the morning. Another 100,000 was borrowed before the end of the day. So in total yesterday, about 800,000 shares borrowed. Since 20:45 yesterday, there has been 300,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 2.12%. Available amount of shares to borrow through IBKR is 2.7, and a rebate of 2.71. Taking a look at GME. Exchange traded volume through LTSE was 21,411 shares. That's definitely elevated. CHX volume was 3 shares. That's not very big. Borrow fees. When I left, the amount of shares borrowed for the day on GME was 1.2 million shares. There were more shares borrowed before the end of the day, at least 200,000 more. So we're looking at 1.4 million shares borrowed yesterday. That's a lot of shares borrowed. Since 20:45, there has been 500,000 shares borrowed. Fees are at 0.39. There's 2.5 million available to be borrowed on a rebate of 4.44. Institutional ownership this morning. AMC yesterday was reporting 121.921 million. Today is being reported as 121.674. It's actually about not quite 300,000 shares sold, but close. About 250 maybe. GME 103.968. Yesterday was the reporting amount. It was now 104.650. So about 600, little over 650,000 new shares owned by institutions. Somebody's buying. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. We'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with options. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest on AMC was at a strike price of $5 with 37,000 contracts. And that dropped quite a bit. It's down to just about 32,000 contracts, 31.9. So the $5 calls closing is certainly not going to help price improvement at all. So those getting either rolled over or whatever it was that was happening to those call contracts at 5 is certainly not going to help price move upwards. The put positions, the highest amount of put volume was at a $4 strike as of yesterday. There were 7.2 thousand contracts. There's only 7,000 now. That didn't help balance anything out there, right? So we did have puts closing, but at 4, but they weren't really huge quantities. So it didn't really help to push price up either, to weigh out some of those call contracts that were getting closed out at 5. So, but the numbers, the strike prices are still the same. So the market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the week. Let's scroll through and see what we have for open interest in the next 2 weeks out. Next week's still loaded, and 2 weeks from now are ending November 22nd. Still looking very shallow or light on the options chain. Not a whole lot of volume there. Taking a look at GME, highest amount of open interest yesterday when I looked at it with you yesterday morning was at a $25 strike with 16.7 thousand contracts. I'm going to write this down because I don't normally keep these written down. And then the highest amount of puts was coming in at 21. So 25 and 21. At 21 on the puts, there was approximately 4.1 thousand contracts. So let's give this an update and see where we're at now. Remember, price closed at around 20. What did it close at? 23.30 something, right? 23.45. So the $25 calls is still the largest amount of volume. It was 16.7 thousand contracts yesterday. It's now 17.1, so that's gone up. The highest amount of put volume was at can't read my 21. There was 4.1 thousand contracts. Those are still there. So the puts have not been closing at 21. These puts have to start closing in order for price to really start moving up a lot more. So if we do start seeing some of these puts closing out at 21, 21.5, 22, 22.5, 23, if any of those start closing out today, which would be a good day to be doing it. Otherwise, if price continues to move upwards, which the market is looking like it's going to do, they could get stuck in an even worse position. So those closing out should help to boost price today, and hopefully we can see GME hit 25 by the end of the week, because there is a nice chunk of change of open interest there that would love to probably collect. As of right now, I would suggest that the market is targeting a closing price of the end of the week of, let's see, for $23. That's what it's targeting. Plus or minus 25 cents. Actually, plus or minus 50 cents. So anywhere from like $22.50 to $23.50 is what the market's targeting. And it's at $23.45. But max pain is at 21. That's stupid. Stupid, ridiculous. how much higher the price is. Scrolling through the entire options chain for both this week and the next following 2 weeks. Let's take a quick snapshot here of what we got going on. Options chain very light for week ending November 22nd as well. All right. Vortex. So here's our utilization drop here. Let's take a look at the big picture on this and see what it really looks like. So here's our utilization drop. Big spike up from 25.9 to 27.44, back down to 25.08. So we're still continuing that trend down in utilization, but somebody made a quick position in here to try and capture the drop in price, to make some quick money off of that drop in price on AMC. The on loan amount obviously is going to dip as a result, with those shares being returned. We went from 48.72 million shares on loan to 45.61, so we're looking at 3.11 million shares having been returned yesterday. The interesting thing about this, if you look at it, prior to AMC's announcement on earnings, the total amount of shares on loan was 44.28 million. So even though they returned 3.11 million shares, they have still not returned enough shares to get to the amount that was borrowed back on starting November 4th. 45.89 was what it was on November 5th, and it's just underneath that right now, 45.61. So not everybody got out on this quick little price run there. Not yet. The amount of shares Ortex is estimating that were returned in short interest. Let's see here. Day over day, it dropped from 50.74 million shares to 50.22. 520,000 shares returned. More than 2 days ago, on November 4th, the total amount of shares outstanding in short interest was 50 million, so we're still higher than that by 220. Estimated short share interest of the free float will drop when those shares are returned, and it went from 15.11% down to 14.96%. The on-loan average age per day, now if they're going to be returning a bunch of newish positions that they just created, it should be skyrocketing. So there it is, from 52.77 days to 54.44 days. And I just told you guys, after having 2 days of downwards momentum, we need to see 2 days in a row of this number going up for me to start a 15-day timer on knowing that there's going to be a big price increase incoming. So one more day of continued movement like this, and I would imagine today will be likely a day where we see some more of this upwards momentum on loan average age per day. Security lending volume increasing day over day from 3.75 million to 5.15. On GME. Utilization increased day over day from 29.43% to 29.61%. It's a big jump. On loan amount increased from 47.85 million shares to 48.27. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose as a result from 8.44 to 8.46, and the on loan average age per day went down from 58.12 days to 56.65. Security lending volume spiking day over day from 1.72 million shares to 6.15. SSR trigger price for the day today is $3.87. GME's trigger price for SSR is $21.11. Let's take a look and see if there's options showing up here. Again, this is Stonko Tracker. I can't verify this data very easily. It takes me a minute or two to try and verify it, but let's assume there may be some mistakes in here. Out of the money calls, 96.2 thousand contracts are being reported as out of the money. In the money, 2.8. Out of the money puts is 11.2 million, and in the money is 8.9. Here's our really shallow week, ending 11/22. Not a whole lot of contracts showing up for the end portion of November and December. Taking a look at GME. 83.7 thousand contracts are out of the money in the calls versus 36.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 22.8 thousand contracts are out of the money in the puts versus 1.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. And like I said, every 50 cents that GME goes up is going to be causing more and more amounts of call options going in the money. Short exempt volume on GME, just because I want to kind of look at it here just a little bit, does not seem to be spiking currently. Last time it saw a big number was back on 10/28 with 86,000 shares. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on there. Look at these bond rates. They're starting to really skyrocket. That's gonna raise the risk in the marketplace. Yesterday when I left you guys, it was 283.41. With the interest rate cut, it went down, and risk is now 281.16. But you can see that the rates are starting to already skyrocket back up again here, and likely that's to try and suppress the VIX again, because every time we see those bond rates go up, we see the VIX fall, and the VIX is showing at 1494 with the futures suggesting, where's my screen at, 1563. So there's now a discrepancy in the other direction. There's about a half a point discrepancy between where the VIX is at and where the VIX futures are suggesting it should be. Like I said, 1494 on where it's at, and 1563 is the futures. So if the VIX does shoot up half a point, the market's going to end up going down a little bit. And so I would imagine those bond yields are starting to rise to prevent that from happening. The Nikkei is down 1.45. Hang Seng is down 4.07. The Nifty 50 is down 0.4. Our U.S. markets are down. It depends on what you're looking at, but it could be down anywhere as much as 0.23 to being up as much as 0.05. It seems like some things like the Dow Jones is not doing too bad. It's more like mid caps that seem to be taking the brunt of the hit. Maybe some large caps too as well. Mag 7, yep, these are the they're taking hits. 2 out of the 7 are green. Oh, by the way, I want to mention this about the VIX, and I did not know this, but historically speaking, and I can't remember exactly who had posted this, but historically speaking, whenever the VIX drops by 20% in a single day, the market tends to have a pullback within 2 days. And we had that big drop on the VIX. What day was that? Let's go to days and look at it. The big drop happened on the 6th. So if today is the day, I would suggest it's probably going to be more like Monday or Tuesday. I think we might see a delayed reaction on this, not necessarily within 2 days, but If what they're saying is correct, on a 20% pullback on the VIX within 2 days, today would be that day. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out, as I feel like that is pretty significant. Douche Stank is down 2.55. HSBC Holdings is down 2.8%. And that appears to be it. Gold is down 0.48. Look at gold breaking out of... let me get rid of some of my old drawings here. Look at Look at gold breaking out of an ascending parallel channel down to the bottom side here. This is a channel I've been waiting to see be broken for a while now. And when it did break past it 2 days ago on that gold, it immediately found a bottom right around like 26K, and then starting to head back up again. So it definitely broke out of that though. Gold currently is trending up. Silver down 1.08% and trending up. Breaking a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.61, trending up. The US dollar is up 0.17, trending up. If we see the dollar trending up, and the market should be heading down. Should be inverse. Oil is up 0.81 in the pre-market this morning. SPY is up 0.01. A lot of volatility, very slight trend down right now. Tesla's up 0.2. A lot of volatility in the pre-market and after hours, and I would say is really just kind of consolidating. Amazon is down 0.53 and is trending down. Cinemark is up 0.54 off of 292 shares traded and trending up. Doge is up 1.2%. It looks like consolidation to me. Bitcoin is up 0.19, also consolidation. GME is breaking even and consolidating at after an uptrend. HYMC is up 1.76. Consolidating. NCMI is up 1.14. What is this doing? 126 shares traded so far. It's not really much of a trend here, but it is up from where, obviously, where it closed yesterday. Hood is down 0.14 and consolidating, and AMC is up 0.23 with a slight downtrend. Mostly it looks like consolidation. Maybe over a longer time frame, an uptrend. I'd say consolidation right now. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. There was approximately, let's see here, $2.7 million more inflow than outflow yesterday. 128,000 shares traded so far. Like I said earlier, I'm dropping my volume prediction from 10 to 30 million down to 5 to 25 million shares traded today. On a 4-hour time interval on AMC, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 42.1, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 43.57, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.44, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts, no, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 48.87, which just dropped to 44.43, which is, and then back up to 48.87, which is that's pretty much average. Ichimoto. What are you doing, Ichimoto? Lagging line is below price line. It's not going to take very much price movement to get the lagging line above price line. It's just going to take a little bit of time and just a tiny bit of movement upwards. You can see we're past the green cloud that we had formed, and we have red cloud ahead of us. Today's price top of the cloud today is going to be at 447. This will be a positive buy signal as soon as the price line, or as soon as the lagging line can break price line, which is really going to be, it's going to be trending upwards throughout the day, but breaking it in the next 2 hours or so is going to be around 435. So if we can get that to break, that's the first positive sign. The next thing that we need to see is we need to see conversion crossing base. We got to go up quite a bit more to get that to happen. Significantly more. In fact, I would probably suggest that we would need to see something in the range of maybe like 460 for that to be the case. If we can drive to 460, we should see some more positive buying pressure, and that's the same value that I would have given you yesterday as a 1 hour time interval on Ichimoto that is the buy signal. That's 460. So no change in that number. Cloud is extremely thin here, though. On a 4 hour time interval, price breaking down through the green cloud here in a thinning portion. We have red cloud forming as early as next week. We have, let's see, we have approximately 4 trading days before we start to see the red cloud starting to form. Seeing a slow rise to get back up to that 450 range over the next 3 to 4 trading days would be bullish, but would be even more bullish is to see price breaking this cloud on a green side. So that's going to be around 448. That does not get the lagging line above price line. That happens at 453, so I'm going to say 455 is the magic number today. And that's, I wrote 450 yesterday, so that's up 5 cents. So the 1 hour and the 4 hour are pretty close to agreement of where we would see massive amounts of buying pressure kicking in. 455 to 460. I'm not expecting that at all. I would expect to see a slow climb back up to around 440 over the next 3 to 4 trading days. So unless our volume pumps some pre-market morning that we see just absolutely, like, that we wake up some morning and there's just like crazy amounts of volume in the pre-market, that I do not expect to see this happen other than a slow climb up. So I'm going to go with probably a 438 close. Yeah. I think that's being way over generous, though. The reason I say that is because I see volume falling, and I don't want to see price rising as volume's falling, because that's actually a bearish signal. I want to see a bullish signal, which means that we need to see rising volume into rising price. If we're going to have falling volume and falling, actually that actually isn't bad. Falling price and falling volume is bullish. If that's going to be the case today, then we might actually close lower. What would we close to if we were to close lower? Let me do some maths. Let's see here. Closed at 430. If we were to drop, a 2% drop would be what, 427? Let's see. No, that's not enough. 423? Closer, 420. Yeah, that's closer to what I was thinking. 420. Are we looking to retest 415? Well, let's look at some other indicators. Signs of weakness on a 4 hour. Signs of strength on a 1 hour. Signs of strength on a 30-minute. And signs of strength on a 5-minute. on a daily, signs of weakness. So anything above 4 hour, anything above a 4 hour time interval is showing signs of weakness. But on the near term, we're seeing signs of strength. That kind of makes me feel like they're going to try and close price almost exactly where we're at right now. What's the daily candle look like? Yep, 430. They'll put in a doji candle in here. Reduce volume. Trade out price sideways for the day. Reduce interest. 430. $385 to $475 is going to be my price range. And let me head over to the back of the big tramp. Nana's got her prediction in. She's going with the 441. She's staying with the 441 today, so she's going to go 396 to 486. My guess is Apex is going to stick with his number that he's had the same forever, which was 403 to 493. So the what is that number? 485, I think. No, I can't even remember what he's got. He's got 448. He'll probably end up going 448 again today. If he wants any chance to beat Tech, he's going to have to change up his numbers. Got a couple single shares that traded through this morning here. These are more than likely off-exchange trades that went through that reflect the price range that we were trading in yesterday. We see these quite often. They're more than likely settlements that, again, like I said before, within the price range that was traded the previous day, 446 to 445. We look over here. Do we see price movement in that range? We sure do. Exactly. There's all your buy orders right there. All of your buy orders that were traded somewhere between current price and 446 just got pushed through. Yeah, if Apex wants any chance at winning this week, he's going to have to change up his tactics on price predictions. Good morning, Pirate. Pirate's already sitting in the back of the big tramp just waiting. He's over here, sitting here, lurking. I do not see Tech. Tech's winning out the week right now. Marmagu, I try to do the mornings when I can. That won't be the case on Mondays and Fridays starting next week.
Good morning. I made the age-old mistake of leaving my microphone muted.
Oh,
Good to be here.
I should have guessed. How did I not guess that? I saw it was muted, but I thought you just did that. You know, I figured by now you would have figured it out.
Yeah, one would think, but that's yeah.
Have you know, hey, I've been doing a live stream for nearly 4 years here, and well, actually, it's not even nearly 4 years. It's 3 years, a little over 3.5 years, and I still forget stuff all the time too. So it's just us. NC Proud Dad says, Casey Shaw, how is it that some stocks are able to be traded 24 hours a day, and why did they start doing that? You think it's because they had to cover up something? I mean, stocks always have traded 24 hours. It's just you haven't been able to trade it because you're not in a European market. If you were over in Europe, you wouldn't be saying this right now. You'd be like, how come we can't trade during? how come I can only trade during my hours and not during the U.S. open market hours? And it's because you were in a different country. So a lot of these different companies are working with exchanges across the world. And so when you ask the question of how is it that they can trade 24 hours, it's because we have a round circular globe that spins and is running 24/7. Believe it or not. And so now they're making, a lot of these companies are making these other exchanges available for trading to their clientele. Kind of weird, right? It's weird to think that there's other people doing things while we're sleeping. And no, I don't think that it's. I think there's probably an attempt to probably. I gotta word this carefully. There's probably an attempt to try and encourage trading during hours that the market wouldn't normally trade in order to have more time to where you can impact price. But I really think that it's just an opportunity for a lot of these institutions to be able to make little tiny pennies off of every single one of your trades that you make. And the longer they can keep your, the longer that they can keep a market open for you to make trades, the more money they can make out of it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with mixing exchanges. I mean, all you're doing is you're creating a position with a broker, and that broker can go and decide where he's going to buy or sell his positions. And all they're doing is buying in street name on your behalf. And so essentially what they do is they just put you down on a ledger and saying, you know, they're a bookie. They're essentially a bookie and saying like, okay, I'll book you in for a price right here at this point. And then I'll go find it for cheaper somewhere along the way. And if they can't find it for cheaper, then they're kind of screwed. But if they can find it for cheaper, then they get to find the difference in the price. They get to keep it. Especially if you sell. If you sell, they definitely get to keep it. I would say this is what you're seeing happen right now is probably, and I don't know the exact history of Vegas, but I imagine that at one point in time Vegas was not 24/7. I imagine. I don't know if this is true or not, but I would imagine there was at one point in time a period of time where Vegas was not 24/7. And then one casino said, "Hey, you know what? We're making tons of money during normal business hours. Why don't we just open this shit up 24/7?" And so they went to the gaming commission, and the gaming commission was like, "You know what? How much money you want to pay us to get you a license to be able to operate nonstop?" Right? And then they said, "Well, we have something for you." so they probably paid the commission to go in there and write some kind of rule that said that they could operate 24/7. And then you have one casino opening up 24/7. Do you think all the people who were gambling said, how can they open up 24/7? They probably did. They probably did right at first. They probably were like, how is it that Bally's can open up 24/7 and nobody else can? I don't know who would have been the first one, right? But somebody decided they were gonna open 24/7 before anybody else did, and then before you know it, all these other casinos started doing the same thing, moving to a 24/7 schedule, and that's what you're seeing happen in the market. You want to talk about this? This is just a casino. You want proof that this is just a casino? This is it. We're open 24/7.
Another example could be that the news. I'm old enough to remember when you didn't have 24-hour a day news coverage, or TV for that matter. But around midnight, everything shut down. They didn't open back up till 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, till CNN was the first one on the news to realize, wait a minute, we can get advertisers to pay us for a market that nobody else has. We'll stay on all night long. So you had 24-hour news coverage. All about the money.
Mm-hmm. No free drinks. Yeah, well, I mean, you get something. You're supposedly getting something better than free drinks. You're getting free trades, quote unquote, free. We all know what that means in life. You're getting screwed. Remember that when they do you remember the back in the day when they would be like, "Hey, if we can do your tires, we'll send you a box of Omaha steaks." That was the deal. You get a box of Omaha steaks if you come and change your tire. Who's getting screwed there? You think it was really that profitable that they could just change out your tire? Or I feel like it was tires. Wasn't it tires? I feel like it was tires. Maybe it was something else. I can't remember what it was, but you'd get a box of Omaha steaks. Come and do business with us. I gotta look this up because nobody said who it is.
That's the first I've heard of it. I've
You
heard
never
of
heard of
many.
this?
No, I've heard of many add-ons. I've seen people who say if you move into their apartment complex, they'll give you a free U-Haul truck. I've seen that one.
Omaha steaks with purchase.
Promotion.
Promotion for. Okay, so I just typed in Omaha Steaks promotion for, and the first things that popped up are for October 2023, for Thanksgiving 2023, for employees, for Thanksgiving, for new customers, for Christmas. And it does not say tires. No, tires is not one of the options here. Let's see here. Omaha Steaks. Let's see here.
I think you might be confused, and I might be wrong. But they gave you a freezer. If you signed up for their steak delivery program, they would give you a free freezer to keep the meat in.
No. I'm positive it was tires, and maybe they didn't give you free steaks. Maybe they gave you a coupon off of free steaks, and it would have been close to free. Not quite, but close.
Oh, well, that sucks. You mean they didn't actually hand you the steaks?
Well, I never did the promotion
in the
because
tire store.
I feel like it had something to do with an insurance claim, and I'm trying to remember what it was exactly, because maybe it was glass repair. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was window repair, and if you did
windshield repair.
Windshield, and if you went to them, they would send you Omaha steak coupon for a box of steaks. And it was like, and you basically, and I'm sitting there going like that. So basically, they're upcharging the insurance to go through them,
Right.
so that they can give you the discounted coupon to Omaha
Right.
Steaks. And
They're
and I
going
was
to screw your insurance. They screw your insurance company, and they'll cut you in on the deal. Yeah.
right, which means that ultimately your insurance prices are going to go up if everybody starts doing. I think that's what it was.
Exactly.
It had to be
Yeah.
I knew it was an
Exactly.
insurance claim, but I couldn't remember if it was tires or what it was.
See,
I'm pretty
that
sure it
makes
was-
sense. That makes sense there. I could see that happening there.
Yep, it was. I'm pretty sure it was for windshield replacements, is what it was. Let me check it out. I gotta find this. You think you're getting something. You think you're getting a good deal because you're like, oh, Omaha Steaks. I can get myself some. I never had those before. Those must be good. Oh, here we go. This might be it. No.
I'll tell you another one that's probably accurate. You remember the days when the bank would give you something for opening up an account? You go in and put $1,000 into the bank, and they'd give you a fucking $6 toaster. And that was always a big one too.
Okay, so I typed this in, and there's a Leventhal PLLC Business and Commercial Litigation screen that came up here. It says, "What's with the free steak for auto windshield replacement?" Question mark.
There you go. You got it. It was the windshield.
We've seen the promotions: a free box of steak if you get your windshield replaced at a particular vendor. Here's the legal backdrop giving rise to the box of steaks. Minnesota law requires auto insurance. Minnesota law requires that auto insurance insurers cover windshield replacement. Minnesota law provides that insureds are allowed to pick any auto glass vendor, and the insurer must pay the competitive price for auto glass. Minnesota law forbids auto glass vendors from enticing policyholders with items of monetary value if their service are actually paid for by the insurer. So is it okay to offer a box of steaks to customers so long as the steak are of no value or the customer is violating Minnesota law and driving without auto insurance? Anyways, this was the thing. It was happening. I remember this back in Oregon. That's where I was living at the time when I remember seeing this. It could have been Oregon. It might have also been Arizona, because I know in Arizona there's a lot. People have like crazy amount. You get crazy amount of nicks because it's it's desert, and so there's just always rocks on the road, and so you're always getting nicks in your windshield. It's very popular to have that included in part of your auto policy.
It was very common at the NASCAR races. You'd go, and of course they had all the vendors and the little flea market, and that was a big part of the experience. Was before the race, you could go look for T-shirts and hats with your favorite driver. But all of the banks, Wachovia, and the others, they would all have MBA. They'd have these big booths set up, and you went in there, and they would give you a free. They had these collectible cars. They were like 1/4 scale or whatever. It's 1/16 scale car. It's like a model car, die cast. It came in a box, but it was painted just like the Richard Petty team or whatever. And you normally buy those, and there's guys that collect them just like people collect anything else. But they were giving those cards away. The bank was, and all you had to do, it was free. Sign up for a credit card. You didn't even have to get the credit card. You just had to apply for it. And they had lines of people 20 and 30 deep.
Yeah.
And I'm like, these people have no idea what they're doing, but they're putting down their name, their social security number, their banking information, where they work, how much money they make, how many loans they have outstanding, all of that shit. And they turn it in. And of course, many of them got credit card offers too. They got low interest credit cards, zero transfer balances, all for a $16 model car.
Yep. Meanwhile, you've got I just lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Dang, I can't remember what I was going to say. Never mind.
That's all right. Happens to me all the time.
I was reading what LPZ says here. Les Schwab tires. Now that sounds familiar. It could be that it was. They're saying that the owner was a cattle rancher. That may have been what it was. I remember because I know I was living in Oregon at the time when I feel like I remember hearing those commercials about getting Omaha steaks, and I thought it was tires, but it could have also been. There was something for glass too being repaired. I know people were giving out stuff for that as well. Oh, I know what I was going to say. Facebook, a lot of people are just going on and giving out free information now on social media. Every time you sign up for social media and you give out information, that has value.
Yep, you're giving something of value away.
Yep.
Somebody mentioned Les Schwab tires. Who remembers the Earl Scheib $99 paint job? You could pull any piece of shit into their car, their auto body shop, and drop it off and pick it up the next day, and they'd paint the entire car for $99. And that included the price of the paint.
Really?
You can imagine the quality. Oh yeah, look it up. It was some funny shit, man. Yeah, Earl Scheib. And that used to be the big joke when we'd see guys with a really shit paint job. We'd say, "Who painted that? Earl Scheib?" But yeah, you'd pull your car in, and it was hideous, man. They would paint the car so fast. They'd have overspray like on the fucking just everywhere on the glass. Because in order for them to make money, they couldn't really tape a lot of stuff off. So they would just like put a bag over each wheel so your tires didn't get painted. and they had something they'd splash over the windshield and your windows, and then they would just spray bomb the car. And frequently they would paint over chrome, all kinds of shit. But it was funny. So yeah, but you could get an entire car painted for $99.
Sounds like something you do before you put your used car up for sale.
Yeah, or if you have, if you drive a real piece of shit and you want to kind of spruce it up a little bit, but it was very Petro says Mako did that as well.
Yeah, I always remember the Mako ones commercials.
Better get Mako.
I did that once myself. I pulled my 72 Nova in. I had 72 Nova, and I pulled it into a like the little garage shed that my parents had, and tried painting my car for the first time ever. Got oversprayed, didn't have it vented. It had this nice orange peel on it, and the funny thing is, I remember specifically some old people would approach me like at a gas station or something, because the old car at the time always drew attention. But I remember this one old lady, oh, that is so neat. How did you do that to your car? I screwed up.
Nova King, good morning to you, by the way. I haven't seen you in here in a hot minute. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I actually have a quote-unquote day off, so I'm working from home, so I'm not at the computer.
That is not a day off, sir.
I have my phone.
That's not a day off.
I know.
Yeah. I'm telling you. That's like free Omaha steaks at a windshield replacement.
Well, you're probably used to it when your dad worked there, is that you have these 3 or 4 day weekends for the military, but normally for people working certain jobs in the Pentagon, it's a minimal manning day, which means everybody else gets a day off, and not so for some people.
Yep. Yeah, I'll never. My dad. I don't remember the specifics. I think our family only had one car at the time, and so my dad would always catch. We lived 15 minutes away, I think, from the Pentagon, and so he would just catch a bus ride. And every morning he would walk out of the house at like 4:00 in the morning to catch a bus to get down to the Pentagon, and then he would come back every night at around like 6 p.m. Those were his work days, so he was working 14-hour. He was gone for 14 hours of the day, and then that was Monday through Friday, and his routine was he would come home, he would turn on 60 Minutes, we would eat dinner. Sometimes we would watch 60 Minutes while we ate dinner, just depending on what time he got home at. And then, or sometimes he would watch 60 Minutes after dinner, and then he would just pass out. That was the extent of his career, and it was just like it was just constant work, and there was no such thing as getting tired or having a sick day, or he's just always on the grind. Yep. Dedicated service. Thank you for what you do.
Men were built different back then. I noticed now that they gave the NFL they didn't mandate it, but they encouraged all NFL owners to give their teams the day off after the election so that people could have a time to heal up. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where we're at now. Oh, did you see? I can't help but notice Tendies is talking about the monkeys that got loose. I read that too, Tendies. They said some medical experimental laboratory somewhere had 10 monkeys escape, and I guess they're running all around.
Movie? Isn't that how
it was like
40
man?
Monkeys. Yeah. 12 Monkeys
Apes
was a movie with Brad Pitt.
No.
Well, Planet of the Apes and 12 Monkeys. Yeah.
Man, I read 40 Monkeys, 40 to 43, when I couldn't figure out why they.
Oh, thank you, Tendies. Yeah, I stand corrected. Tendy said 40, but that's some funny shit, man. Especially with everyone calling us apes and all that. It's really funny. I can tell you, I'd be shooting those sumbitches on sight. If I saw that sumbitch stand in my yard, I'm going to bust his ass for him, because you have no idea what those things are carrying. I'm going to err on the side of caution. They could be the greatest monkeys in the world. They could be the nicest, most little wonderful friends. I'm going to blow his damn head off if he's standing on my property.
Sarah Jessica Parker was in that movie? Is that where they met? Matthew Broderick and Sarah Jessica Parker. I remember that movie. It was that's the one I was actually thinking of. It's where he's training a monkey. They were training monkeys to fly planes in case of
into
a.
space to fly into
No, no,
space.
no,
They
no.
were going to use them as astronauts.
They were delivering warheads. They were delivering, so they were seeing if they could survive through how much radiation they could
That's
survive
right.
through. And so they were flying these monkeys through these. They're getting them to fly to certain locations, and then after a while, they would use radiation to test on them to see if they could make it through, see how much the radiation they could make it through. I think they were trying to just determine how much of a human pilot could deliver a nuclear warhead
Before he
radiation.
succumbed.
Yeah,
Before he succumbed to all the radiation. Yeah.
yeah. And that movie impacted me a lot when I was a kid. I remember that movie, and I was just like, man, that's messed up. That is really, really messed up. I didn't
played
like that.
because of their role in experiments. They've been in many movies, even like you said, the Planet of the Apes and all of those. So, but it's just, I think it's funny that they're running all over the county now, and it's not just one, man. It's a boatload of them.
Tenny says, yeah, they gave him cigarettes. That's right. I remember back in those days. Crazy, crazy, man. It's weird when like fictional history becomes like real nonfiction, and you suddenly it's like, what the heck is going on here? It's scary though.
History following art, is very scary.
George Orwell.
It's not like a zoo. It's not like a zoo where somebody left the primate cage open and a bunch of little chimpanzees got out. These were, what I understood, would come from some sort of a lab or I don't know. Maybe I might be getting a little bit dramatic on it, but I'm erring on the side of caution, especially with the Wuhan and the wet labs and all this bullshit from COVID-19 and the lying. Yeah, no, thank you.
It's just a promotion for Wicked.
Well.
Nice one, Sugar
Oh,
Cream.
that's funny. Imagine if before they turned them loose, they put little wings on them.
Give them little vests, circus vests and hats.
Yeah, like the Wizard of Oz monkeys that had the little flying. Yeah, exactly. The little organ grinder hat. Yeah, I really enjoyed that movie. Though I think it was called 12 Monkeys with Brad Pitt and the other folks that was in it.
I had a hard time the first time watching
it had a time traveling element to it. So
and I had to go back and rewatch it. I think a second time, which I don't like doing with movies.
I did too. I did too.
Yeah, I appreciated it so much more the second time through than I did the first
right.
time.
Right. Yep. I did. Yep.
Because I think I was just like, I wasn't used to movies challenging my thought process or challenging me to think.
Or breaking up the timeline. It has a disjointed timeline where they bounce back and forth, and you're like, wait a minute, is this earlier or later? Yep, I get it.
It's kind of like Pulp Fiction for me. Like I had a really tough time with Pulp Fiction the very first time, and then I went back and rewatched it and enjoyed it.
That's another one.
In fact, I hated Pulp Fiction the very first time I saw it. I was like, this movie is the dumbest movie ever. And then
they already killed him. They already killed that guy. What's he doing walking around? Yeah.
And I went back and I refused to go back and rewatch it. Everybody was like, "Oh, it's the best movie. How can you not like Pulp Fiction?" I was like, "I can't watch that movie. It's terrible." And then I went back and rewatched it. I was like, "How could I be such a bonehead and wait so long to watch that movie over again? Because it was so good. It was masterful. It was absolutely masterful." Fight Club. For some reason, I have a hard time with Fight Club.
Pulp Fiction, what you got was Pulp Fiction gave you like 4 little vignettes. You got 4 miniature movies in one. You know, you had the movie about Bruce Willis and his dad's watch. You had the movie, had the part of the movie about the 2 gangsters going around assassinating everybody. The Petra said the Gimp part. Yeah. So what it was a movie. It had 4 movies within one, and I think that was genius.
Sometimes it's hard to take it all in.
Well, what about Reservoir Dogs? What was your thoughts about Reservoir Dogs?
Was that the one with all the kids that got I don't remember what that's about. What's the premise?
Premise. Reservoir Dogs was a bank robbery that went bad. There were 5 or 6 guys. They were named Mr. Pink, Mr. Black, Mr. Brown, and there's a cop. There's an undercover cop with them. And the bank robbery goes bad. They all end up in a warehouse at the end.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie all the way through. I had a hard time. Like it got developed too slowly, and I didn't see it in the movie theaters, so I saw it on TV.
It does.
And when you have
you should maybe rethink that, because the end of the movie is where it all starts to come together. You see the big payoff towards the end.
Yeah, it was developing too slowly. I had 500 other different channels to choose from, and I just switched off of it. So
yeah, you might want to rectify that. You gave up. You quit before the big cum shot.
Well, sometimes that happens in life.
Yeah.
Johnson B. Streets, good morning.
Dino Mike says stuck in the middle with you. Yeah, there's a part of that movie where they've got the cop. They actually kidnapped a cop from the bank robbery, and it's not spoiler alert. The movie's been out too long, but they're trying to find out who the snitches in their group, and they think that the cop knows. So the guy's torturing him to interrogate him, and he cuts his fucking ear off with a pocket knife and rubs a rag of gasoline on it. But the whole time in the back, they're playing the Steelers wheel song, "Stuck in the Middle with You." And the guy's dancing around. It shows he's a little bit psychotic, because he's dancing and singing the song, and the whole time he's committing these incredibly cruel acts. And it paints a picture of how completely bonkers a guy's got to be to engage in both of those activities simultaneously. But now it's kind of ruined it for me, Dynamite, because every time I hear that song, that's all I think about is that scene of him cutting that cop's ear off. Yep.
Yeah, Roadhouse, I don't think I have seen that yet. Sorry to disappoint you, attendees, and good morning to Janito. My microphone got in the way. I couldn't see who it was. It's about time to start the market open. I have not seen Apex post in his price prediction this morning, unless I just missed it. Did he pop in here and put it in? I did not see him.
And I know you want to do the numbers and get the day started, but is Roadhouse correct? You've never seen Josie Wales, the Outlaw? Are you serious, Casey?
I don't think so.
Oh, man. What are we going to do with you?
I don't think I've seen it either.
Oh, you guys don't know what you're missing, man.
All right, I'm going to reach out to Apex, because he's legitimately probably the only person that has like a great chance of beating Tech this morning in price predictions. And I know he was here earlier. So let me see if he may have sent me a message and sent it there. Let's see here. Huh. Do not see.
Buzzards got to eat, same as the worms.
I'm so matter of fact. Like if I ever send you guys a matter of fact message, and it's not like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Straight to the heart of the matter.
I don't have that ability sometimes in my nature. I have to force myself to like go outside of like wanting to get straight to the point and not beating around the bush. So please just see that as like a character flaw in me. I work hard at trying to be better about, but sometimes it's just to the point. And I just don't have time for anything else. It's like, let's get it over with.
I'd prefer that. I don't like a whole lot of foreplay. I don't need a whole lot of chit chat.
My mind jumps from one thing to the next so fast that if I just don't cut right to the chase, I'm already thinking about something else. And it's frustrating. It's very frustrating for me, because I want people to enjoy a conversation with me, but I can't. Like, it's hard for me to have it. But I wanted to say to Apex, "Hey man, good morning. How's it going? You got a price prediction for today?" Thanks for putting one in. But no, what did I say to him? "Hey, where's your price prediction?" That's my morning to him. I said, "Price prediction for today." That was exactly what I put. I didn't even, no pleasantries. Good morning, Apex. UPS delivery guy, Casey, how are you? Fuck this wind moon. 2 weeks. There you go. 448 for Apex. All right, so here's the numbers for the day-to-day. Oh man, Apex. I thought for sure you would not put in the same price prediction. All right, so get this. Three out of 4 of us who do price predictions have all chose to put in the same price predictions. So there is no change to anybody's price predictions but my own. I'm the low end of the totem pole with 385 to 475. We got up from that. We have Nana at 396 to 486, Tech at 399 to 489, and Apex at 403 to 493. Those are our numbers. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold. Cheerio, Swap up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so hi ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad.
go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, hi, ho, Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, oh, hi-ho. Swap up that deck, get off my neck. Contest strike, ain't got me a check. Rubber duck so hi-ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Oh! Ooh, 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 ooh. Touchdown, had to let you go. Ooh, 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 ooh. All 11 with compliance and shame. Ooh, 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 ooh. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why you so mad? Oh, hi, ho. Jerry, why so mad? Oh, hi, ho. Oh, hi, ho. Oh, hi, ho.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, lose my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Fair living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, if I can pull it up, it is John Merriwether's explanation of Go. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but there was a really good explanation that he had posted to a response that he had gotten via email. That response has been blown up on Twitter. I tried to retweet Bigham's posting of it, and for some reason or another, it didn't work. Then I saw another one right after I retweeted this morning. I'm just going to show you this other one that I found. In the meantime, let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp here, because I do want to open this up here to where the people can hear me in the back of the Big Tramp.
Under the Apache.
Okay, guys, I'm back, and I'm going to read off that letter from John Merriwether. Sorry to interrupt you, you guys. Did you want to complete what you were talking about before I?
Please, no, go ahead.
Okay. All right, let me throw up this message real quick on the screen here so everybody can see it. This is from John Merriwether. He says, "Thank you for your email and support." Somebody had reached out to him in regards to what was talked about in the shareholder meeting, And he said, they kind of expressed a lot of concerns about what was going on in regards to what was discussed and the future spending on AMC on some of the projects that they have in the Go plan. And the response was this: I appreciate your concerns, but I think you are misunderstanding the XL AMC initiative. This is not an incremental $1 billion to $1.5 billion investment. There is very little incremental capital being spent over those 4 to 7 years. Our current capex spend is between 175 to 225 million a year, so a midpoint of 200 million. 200 million a year for 4 to 7 years is 800 million to 1.4 billion. We've also been abundantly and incredibly clear that, quote, the timing, and this is from the shareholder meeting, the timing and the extent of AMC's Go plan will be calibrated according to the box office recovery trajectory and AMC's available capital, liquidity levels, and leverage ratios. And, of course, we will manage the timing of our Go plan investments consistent with the prudent management of our debt levels, leverage, and liquidity. With regards to market share, as we stated on the webcast, we saw large increases in market share in the third quarter last year due to the incredible success of Barbie and Oppenheimer, or we could just call it Barbenheimer. This market share was at the expense of competitors operating in geographies where those films did not resonate as much. Oppenheimer also greatly outperformed in IMAX. This year we had difficult comps in market share because of the huge gains last year, and our competitors who lost share last year had easier comps this year with films like Twister and Inside Out 2 that played better on non-urban geographies. When it comes to closing or exiting underperforming theaters, it is more financially prudent to do that at the end of the lease rather than the mid-lease. Exiting mid-lease incurs penalties and requires paying the remaining lease amount in full, unnecessarily using valuable cash. That was one of the things that I had, I think we all agree that closing out theaters that aren't doing well is good, but if it's going to be at the expense of AMC, more so in the penalties, then what's the point? Like, you got to wait for those leases to end. With regard to capital allocation, again, as stated on the webcast, quote, so now our capital allocation priorities remain: 1, liquidity; 2, reducing financial leverage and strengthening the balance sheet; 3, investing in our existing businesses; and 4, investing in attractive high-return growth initiatives. Debt reduction has continued to be a main focus, as we stated on the earnings webcast. Quote, since the beginning of 2022, we've lowered the principal value of our debt and the finance lease by approximately $1 billion, and we've paid $277.3 million of our deferred leases. All this for a total debt and deferred rent reduction of $1.31 billion. We've managed to do this while our industry box office that drives nearly 100% of our business has been at best 20% below pre-pandemic levels. That's absolutely remarkable. Joseph, thank you again for your support and questions. I encourage you and fellow shareholders to avail yourselves of SEC documents that we routinely file for additional disclosure and information. You can find those documents on our website, and that's going to be under the SEC filings section that they have on their amctheaters.com website. Onward and upward, John. That was a good email. I'm glad they asked questions. So it helps kind of define, how that money's going to be spent, where it's coming from, and not necessarily taking on more debt, which is good, right? I think we can all agree that that's much better, much more favorable.
Yeah, the shills were running with that on Twitter and elsewhere.
Yeah. Yep. They will wait for us to say the things that we have to say, and then they will any little thing that they can pick up on, they will use that against us. Promise. Every time. They look for wedges every single day. Here's one of the things that I notice every day. I see people come in and they look for little wedges to try and drive in. Like there was one time, just to kind of give you guys an example, there was one time where there was a private disagreement between me and somebody else. And not too many people knew that there was a private disagreement, but somebody knew about it. And it was really interesting to me how they kind of popped up into the chat one day and they said, hey, where's so-and-so? As if, they're paying very close attention to who's attending and who's not attending and looking for rifts between people. because if they can divide us, that's exactly what they're going to do. They want to be able to try and find those rifts on disagreements on where people stand on issues with the company, and that's how they will divide us. Promise you. They will try to find those little tiny gaps and dig in where they can. And so we have to choose. We have to choose whether we're going to see things from a positive light or if we're going to see things from a negative light. And those are the tough choices that we have to make, because every time we choose to give them ammunition, they will run with it.
My wife hadn't divided from me yet. Ain't nothing going to divide us.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning.
So just full disclosure for anybody who doesn't know, like I've done YouTube as a hobby, so I have multiple YouTube accounts. So Tech We Love and Weight Loss are my, accounts I have, because there's different like genres, So I am the one who emailed John Merriwether last night just because I heard people's concerns and I wanted to get it out, because I thought it was appropriate, So
Well
just want to
done.
tell
Thank you for your service.
What?
I said, well done. Thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Yep. And I was polite, and I was trying to give a spectrum of opinions, because those weren't all my opinions, but those were things I've been hearing. So I wanted to, show what the gamut of people are talking about so that they can take the email seriously and respond appropriately. And he did. So.
That's all.
So what I just read off right there was the response that you got, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice job, man.
That makes sense.
That's even funnier. So you randomly read off the letter that one of our
weight loss.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did. I read that off not knowing that was Tech.
that shows how welcome we all are, by the way.
Yeah, no, Casey, a while back, I had told you that was my other account, and time goes on. No, people don't forget those kind of things. And
yeah, I try not to. People tell me things sometimes that I try to forget because I don't want to have biases in how I think.
I agree.
Yeah, yep. and so I try to forget stuff like names.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I wanted to, because I posted on multiple accounts, it's going to be like, it would be linked anyway, but I just wanted to say that because I already put it in the Discord, and it's not important. It's just, yeah, I've already people told people like my name's Joe, so like it's out there, so.
Yo, Joe. You know what? Knowing's half the battle.
If Merriwether was here, the only thing I would ask him, and I mean this with all due respect, I'm just saying there's two things that I still have concerns with that I didn't get clarity on. If we have the ability to spend $1.2 billion on CapEx over 7 years, then I would argue that number needs to be reduced. He's saying they're not going to take in any new debt, or they're not going to have to look for any kind of new source of capital because this money is already a line item. But that only serves to bolster my argument that frivolous spending is still taking place. And by frivolous, I mean just because it's labeled CapEx. CapEx for a busted air conditioner is one thing, but CapEx for all sorts of new and fancy things that are considered upgrades, that was the issue that I was making to you the other night, Tech. So,
yep.
So that was one thing. And I would just say, explain to me how there's not a cost cutting opportunity there again, until we see better days. But just saying simply it's a CapEx line that's already been forecasted that comes out of our revenue stream, that's not good enough for me.
Well, can I address some of that? There were other people who responded to my post on X. Some of these things have already been upgrades that happened in 2018, 2022. You might have had a problem with it in 2018 or 2022 with the laser projection stuff has been a lot of that stuff.
But you can cancel projects all the time. Just because I schedule a new roof for my house and I contract it and I put a down payment on it, but then I lose my job. Guess what? They're not doing the job.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not trying to be argumentative or piss and lemonade this morning. I still stand by the comments that I made, that there may be, maybe there's some middle ground here. I was just giving my input on things that I could see as improvements and things that I don't think are being handled properly. And as far the other one I would ask Mr. Merriwether if he was here right now is concerning killing leases before they expire. It's not just that simple either. You can go to a leaseholder and say, listen, we're going to fire you in 2 years. You're done. You're never going to see another penny of rent from us. So you need to cut well, I'll tell you what we will do though. They're like, well, that's all right. You're going to pay our lease out. I'm like, that's fine, but you're done after that. You're going to have an empty building. But how about this? Right now, you reduce our lease payments by 50%. You play hardball with them. That was my point again, was it doesn't necessarily, I get the whole concept that you can't close a lease out until it's done because you have to pay the lease out. So therefore there's no savings. I get that. I'm not that simple. What I was putting forward is that there's some deadwood trimming that could be done.
Yeah, but I think
those are my two issues. But I have to say that I'm very, very impressed that he responded to you. That shows a level of professionalism that is just unusual in today's world. And I commend you for reaching out to him. And more importantly, I've got a lot of respect for Mr. Merriwether for responding to you.
Yep. And, there's some other information that, I some private information about my own share count and other stuff I added in there just to make sure I don't know that's going to get an email response, but I was just trying to be straightforward with him, I would say that, trying to collect my thoughts here, that I did like his explanation about the market share, that certain movies work towards like the heart of the country. Like there were some movies that like Twister performed better in country theaters in the middle of the country, and AMC has less of those there. So I did like that kind of explanation as to why, yes, last year we outperformed and why this year we underperformed for this quarter.
I think my overall displeasure was based around the fact that I think there's still more that could be done, specifically about cost cutting measures. When I heard that, when I looked into it just briefly and see that we have over 900 storefronts, cinemas, if you will, and only a few have been closed from non-performance, it immediately sets a red light off in me as a businessman to say there's more to be done there. And what I'm afraid that there's a possibility that there's dead weight that's being carried within our company simply because of relationships. Sometimes it's hard to fire a friend, or it's hard to sever a business relationship or shut down a cinema if you've had a long relationship and you literally like these people. But that's where the good leadership has to kick in. It's just my argument that right now there's so much focus on, well, we're gonna change out a projector from traditional projector to laser. We're going to spend money, and that's going to help us get where we need to be. My argument was, have we done everything that we could do as far as tightening our belt? And I think the obvious answer is no. And I would just like to hear them come out instead of this GO program. I would be more excited to hear about them come out and say, listen, we've assembled a team. We've taken on some outside consultants, whatever. And we're going to go again back to our orchard and trim the dead wood. That would excite me. And so, but I thank you for your work, Tech. Yep. You're a good Apple man.
Well, your straightforwardness made me, get a little assertive,
Well, that's good. And again, communication's good. Yeah. I mean, that's it, at least they know, and everybody feels like they're heard. And I take comfort in that. I'm proud of the fact that you took the time to send off a message. And like I said, I'm incredibly impressed that he took a moment to respond to you. That earns a lot of respect, irregardless of my thoughts on cost cutting versus CapEx expenditures. It shows that he gives a shit, and that counts, yep. Man.
I appreciate your rebuttal. The one thing I would point out is they know the numbers, like theater by theater, and like I said, like this year, Twister was a big movie for the quarter. Twister outperformed in theaters that AMC doesn't have as many, like where they lost market share because of what movies play better in different markets. Like Deadpool might have been one that performs everywhere, but Twister outperformed in areas that AMC doesn't have theaters. So AMC is not like perfectly saturated everywhere, you know, and so that is an interesting thing because they're future forecasting future movies as to when they're gonna outperform in market share too. So they don't want to cut theaters that they're going to be dominating pretty soon, you know.
They do have like a really amazing opportunity to be able to see demographics and how that impacts movie making or money making in movies or showing movies. And so I think that's, you know, that's one aspect that we have to understand that we're not privy to. They're seeing literally, they know how much the movie business, showing of movie business is making across the board. And if they're not hitting their fair share of what, you know, they would normally make on a movie, that should be giving them some kind of information. And we're never seeing that, of course. We're never ever going to see that information because that's something that they get to collect and hold on to, and that would be proprietary information for them to hold on to. But it should definitely help them in making decisions going down the road. And for us to sit there and try to micromanage those kind of decisions without knowing all that information it's preposterous. Like, why would you even try? Like, you don't know what's going on. You're just making assumptions.
Yeah, my
Donkey Kong says pirate. That's like me coming to you and saying cut my rent because I'm leaving in 2 years. You're going to tell me to go shit my hat. Unfortunately, Kong, I disagree with you on this because they're not the same kind of rentals. You can't, if you own a piece of property and it's operating as a gas station with pumps and a tank, and you're limited to how many people need a theater. Yeah. So I can tell you, I'm going to, if you come to me and say, if I go to you and say, listen, I'm going to throw you out unless you renegotiate, I stand a really good reason of refilling that property with another tenant. It's my argument that you don't have people lined up to rent these mega theaters. But that's neither here nor there.
I think we have to take that into consideration of what they've already told us they have done through the pandemic and afterward.
I've made allowances. I've made allowances for all that. I've made allowances for all that.
All right, but still, when you're looking at the different properties, if you don't have all the data on there, if their assumption
I get it. They can put a little bit. I'm just throwing my ideas. I'm throwing my opinions out. I'm just giving my opinions out. You know,
and that is if they can put some upgrades into a theater that hasn't been performing well, and their assessment is hasn't been performing well because of the way that the theater is set up right there, it's not upgraded. Well, then maybe that lease during this next 6 months will have an opportunity to turn a profit, and then they can reassess it after that. So I don't think it's always cut and dry. As to what it's profitable.
That's exactly what my problem was that it seemed to me the argument was if we spend $1.5 billion over 7 years, that's going to translate into, and nobody would tell me. I'm like, well, is that going to translate into 25% more sales? But if you're going to spend $1.5 billion over 7 years and get 2 more customers, good luck with that.
Yeah, well, I'm confident they've done the analysis. They probably don't want to publish all of that because they're not going to be right in every single circumstance. But hopefully, overall, more of the time they're going to be right than wrong, and they're going to continue to make those assessments. Because this is kind of like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Kennefin model, where this is a system of systems, and sometimes it requires some interaction within that system, then wait to see how it responds, and then, whether I'm going to go full in now or I'm going to go ahead and end the lease. So I know there's some of that going on. I think they're looking at all the data that they have available.
I have a solution.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
I know everybody sees what I see while I'm pissing everybody off this morning, beating up on the company a little bit. But let's just all keep our mouth shuts about it. We'll keep fighting.
Yeah,
I'll keep tie me to the whipping post.
You will be.
Let's keep this fight going.
We're gonna get you.
AMC sucks. They're all a bunch of losers. They don't know what you're doing. I'd fire all those motherfuckers. In fact, I might go up there tomorrow and just shoot the place up. Yep.
Yeah. Get them.
Whatever it is that we're doing, it seems to have a beneficial nature. So I'll get it on with the helicopter pilot if that's what it takes. Let's fucking do this.
You can't argue too much unless you put an application in one of those places.
Can I sneak in here for a second?
Hell yeah!
Holy crap! I love that accent. That almost sounds like sounded like a. Who is that? Who said that? But Donkey Kong?
That's Donkey Kong. He broke out the show yesterday, man.
Holy shit!
He's turned into a.
You sound like a soundbite. I was waiting for you to say, "Hit her in the pussy."
I never really disagree with Pirate. I'm like, everything Pirate says is he takes it right out of my mind almost. It's weird.
He extracts it. Yeah.
But listen, when you have a lease, when you have a signed agreement, I have a signed agreement. You come to me and say, listen, you better cut my lease because I'm leaving in 2 years. I'm going to tell you to go shit in your hat because we got a deal. A deal is a deal. That's a contract.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
you got to wait till
and
these
it is.
expire. And
I would say to you,
Let him talk.
Pirate, I know a lot of people are getting impatient. I mean, I'm with you. I've been here every day too, brother. Only I keep pounding it and pounding it. I mean, I put money into this company every week to watch it go down, but my faith is in this group of people who are professionals.
Yeah, I get all that. I get all that. Back to the whole thing. Back to the thing about pounding shit. That shit in my hat. If I came to you and I told you that you're going to be 2 years, I'm going to run you off, and you say I don't care. You're going to pay me for the next 2 years, and I say to you, listen, Kong, I understand that, and I'm willing to honor that agreement, but I'm telling you right now that our business relationship is done in 24 months if we don't do something different. You're still going to look me in the face and say, fuck you. 2 more years of revenues, 2 more years of revenue.
Pirate, that's different. If we know it's a shitty location, they know it's a shitty location, they're going to dump it. We're done in 2 years. Listen, I already got you on the hook. You're going to be paying me till you disappear. I already know your business sucks. Yeah. You're going to take it elsewhere. I realize that,
We have to assume that they are professional business.
That makes sense. You're saying if it's a
with
foregone conclusion that no matter what happens, that the cinema's gone. Yeah, then I would concede that. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Property owners, they know. They know if it's a great business or not. These people aren't dumb. They know.
Give them the benefit of the doubt that they actually can do their job.
Yeah. Here, aren't we?
That's right.
What I was going to say is publish a nice little story that says AMC uses something like Palantir AI technology to forecast how investment.
You're in here talking your book now. You're just trying to sell Palantir. Fuck off.
No. I'm
I didn't mean. Fuck you. You're trying to sell Palantir. Kiss my ass.
I'm pretty much sold out of Palantir, but.
Pretty much. I love
what
how
I'm just saying is
pretty much.
I've only got 1,000 shares left.
No, I have less than 10.
Pretty much.
I'm looking at the ticker now. It is.
I'll tell you what. Take a bite of a.
If you put an AI headline, put an AI headline on fucking anything. An AI headline on anything.
Remember, it was about a year ago, maybe a little bit longer, where whoever announced anything about AI, the stock automatically went up.
That's what I'm saying.
We couldn't wait for Ad Marriages to throw it in, and we never got it. We just never got it.
Why not?
Now, I don't know, but this last earnings call was the first time he mentioned AI, but we didn't get a bump. But everybody else that mentioned AI again, I think that ship is. I think the AI ship has sailed.
Well, if I could do my rant, over again, I would change my rant, and I saw the error of my ways. What I would redo it if I had a second bite at the apple, I would say, instead of more talk about capital expenses and make improvements, I would like to hear more talk about continued cost-cutting measures. I don't think anyone can make the argument that in a company the size of ours, with as many locations we have, there's nothing left that can be done to tighten the belt. So I probably should have refrained from making it specifically about shutting down locations. Maybe I would have been better served. My point would have been made more clear if I had just said, how about a little less talk about spending more and improving quality of things, and a little more talk about maybe we can find some places where we still have some savings to be done. Maybe that's what I should have done. Cannon on Hill says no one cares about your rant. I apologize, Cannon. I won't bring the subject up again.
Sit down. That's right.
My bad. I apologize.
You stay back in your cell, sir.
I apologize, Cannon. I'm sorry. Forgive
needles.
me.
Needle. There's pushing. Pushes needles in. All right. Well,
he's here every day. Cannon on Hill. Cannon on Hill's been here hours and hours and hours every day for years on, and his opinion matters to me. So I apologize, Cannon. My bad. I won't say anything anymore.
It is numbers time.
How dare you?
Is it? Damn. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
off. So you're off? Okay.
Well,
I
gotta
morning.
do some other stuff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And we'll see you around. But Donkey Kong, good morning. Mallier, good morning. Quack, good morning. Who else did I not get? I think that's everybody.
You never say good morning to me, but good morning.
Cannon, you got to say good morning to Cannon on the Hill.
Who did I not say good morning to? Oh, your attendees. It's because you. It's because you. You know why attendees? Your image gets put before mine, and I look below me and not above me. So yeah, good morning, attendees.
Yeah, below me.
You're Casey's a bottom.
Look, whenever I pull this up on here, I'm usually the very first image on the top left, and so I look down and to the right of the top left spot, not you, because I'm normally in your spot. But when you come on, you are always to the left of me because you're a number, and so I look to the bottom and the right of the screen, and so I don't see you up here because you're normally where I am.
I have a number instead of an alphabet.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So I tend to miss the person that's going to be replacing my spot on the screen there, and so I apologize, attendees. I did miss you.
Well, that makes me feel good. I don't care if you miss me anymore.
Yeah. I apologize. I think it's happened actually a couple times, and I keep trying to remind myself in my head that
it has actually.
yeah, and that's the reason why every time is because I keep looking down and to the right. Anyways,
all right, numbers.
Did anybody else notice the emoji that I had on my title today? Anybody? Not sure if you saw that or not. Anyways, moving on. Maybe you saw my tweet from yesterday. I don't know. Maybe not. Let's take a look at some of the numbers that we got going on here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I'm going to need to go back in the live stream this morning and check, because I'm almost positive that I put in a price prediction of 420, but I gave you guys a price prediction number that I said of 3. I think I said 3. I don't know what I've said. I actually have no idea what I said to you guys. I think I said 385. But I know I said 420 was what I wanted to target. So let me see something real quick here. So if I wanted to target 420, I should have said 375 to 485. But I think I said to you guys that I said 385 to 475 when I read off all the numbers. So I think I entered in my position incorrectly. But I'm going to go back in the live stream and make sure that I said 420 before I do that. So I'm going to say 385 to 475 was my prediction right now. And keep it there until I find out if I said that or not. Then we've got, let's see, up for me, we have Nana at 396 to 486. Tech has 399 to 489, and Apex has 403 to 493. Price prediction tally points. Everybody's gotten a point this week. We have the tiebreaker is going to be based off of whoever's closest or the least amount of offness for the entire week. And as of right now, Tech is leading the way with 43 cents for the week. Apex is in second with 50 cents off for the week. Nana's in third with 60 cents off for the week. And I'm 62 cents off for the week in last place. So we'll see what ends up happening before the end of the day is over. And today is the final day. Let's see what else we got going on here. Short exempt volume, 140,000 shares. So volume over the last 2 days has been decreasing, but we did have a definite adjustment up in volume 2 days ago to 24.3 million shares traded. Yesterday was 16.1 million shares traded. I'm kind of expecting somewhere around like a 8 to 9 million share traded day to day. It's looking like it might actually be more than that unless the volume just kind of drops off between now and 1 o'clock this afternoon. Which I am kind of expecting right around that 420 price point. But yeah, we'll see. I gave a volume prediction today of 5 to 25 million shares traded. Moving on. Yesterday, AMC's price was down 6.11%. Utilization dropped to 25.08%. Max Pain has not changed this entire week for AMC or GME. It's $450 for this week for AMC, $450 next week, and the week after, $450. For GME, Max Pain is $21 this week, $20 for the next 2 weeks. And here they are sitting at $23.62 currently. It did come back down a little bit from the previous run. It did break 24 just a little bit ago, but it is back down to $23.60. You can imagine that $24 calls were probably closing out their positions and that's going to cause that price to move back down. Taking a look at total amount of exchange traded volume this morning and where it's going through on AMC. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 54% of our volume going through off-exchange and EDGX. We have 52.13% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 11.7%. The combined total in that 63.83%, or about 9.83% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 1 share. LTSE volume 5,120. We saw a ton of LTSE volume yesterday. The exact amount, if I scroll down here, I should be able to get you that number. The exact amount going through LTSE yesterday, 72,830 shares. That's a massive number. Massive, massive, massive. Taking a look at borrow fees and shares having been borrowed since earlier this morning, we have had no additional shares borrowed. We've seen 300,000 shares borrowed since 2045 yesterday. According to IBKR, fees are at 0.67% with 2.7 million available to be borrowed, and a rebate of 4.16. Taking a look at GME, exchange traded volume through LTSEs at 797, CHX is 0. Borrow fees for the day-to-day on GME. Since 2045 yesterday, there's been 500,000 shares borrowed. Let me see if there's been any updates since then. Yeah, it looks like another 100,000 shares got borrowed earlier this morning. For a grand total of 600,000 since 2045. IBKR is reporting fees at 0.43 with 2.5 million available to be borrowed and a rebate of 4.41. Institutional ownership this morning. AMC was down a little bit. The last reported number that we see here is 121.674 million shares owned by institutions. It is now being reported at, I don't know, because it refused to show me. Give me 1 second. 122.634. Is that right? Oh, it is. We just had a reported increase in share ownership by institutions by about 1 million shares. Let me change my numbers. Just a little less than 1 million. Taking a look at GME. Earlier this morning, there was an increase of share ownership, and it's now reporting 104.650 million. It's now 104.650, so no change. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day-to-day. I did not log into my account. That's something I do every single day because I like to try to keep somebody out of my account that shouldn't be there. Signing up for two-factor authentication may help you as well. If you decide to put that on your account and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. It's always good to have backups. Taking a look at option contracts. Now that I'm logged into my account. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of $4.50. That's down 50 cents from where it was yesterday. There's currently 4.3 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of puts coming in at a $5 strike. It's kind of unusual to see the put volume higher than the call volume. 628 contracts in volume so far at 5. Seems like somebody's buying in the money puts, both at 4.5 and 5. On GME, highest amount of call volume this morning is coming in at a strike price of 25. Highest amount of put volume coming in at 23, meaning the market's targeting a 24 close by the end of the day. It's currently at 23.92. Taking you guys over to the screen here, I will move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. starting with Ortex. Shares borrowed for the day today on AMC is 997,000 shares borrowed so far. It's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.43%. The cost of borrow mins at 0.68. The average is 1.36 and the max is 1.49. I'm seeing 14.43% being reported here on the estimated short share interest of the free float, but it was higher than that earlier this morning, I feel like. I'm kind of wondering why the big drop here. I wonder if there was a newly reported data point that came through. We'll take a look at here. Let's see what's happening. Cost of borrow mins at 0.68, average is 1.36, and max is 1.49. Let's see what's going on with the data. I feel like something must have gotten reported here. Let's see if it was the exchange. What's today's date? The 8th? It shouldn't be yet. We shouldn't have any reported short interest. Yeah, that's still old data. I wonder. Well, let's just look at it. Utilization. Day over day dropped from 27.44% down to 25.08, which means that there was a bunch of shares returned, and there indeed was 3.11 million shares were returned yesterday. After that drop in price, somebody who took a short position more than likely was returning the borrowed positions that they had. We see the on-loan amount dipping from 48.72 million shares down to 45.61. That's a return of about 3.11 million shares. Ortex estimated earlier this morning that the amount of shares in short interest that was returned was 520,000 shares. Let me see if that's changed at all. No, that number's still showing the same, it looks like. Yep. So the estimated short share interest of the free float should... I don't know why I'm seeing... This is really odd. So earlier this morning, our estimated short share interest of the free float dropped from 15.11% down to 14.96%. But now it's currently being reported at 14.43, so I'm not sure why there's this change. There's only one thing that I can think of that would cause a change like this, is as if the outstanding amount of shares increased. Because we had more borrowing of shares, that should increase this number, not decrease it. And you can see here that yesterday it was 50.22 million shares of short interest, and it's already showing 50.39 now. So that is 14.43. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's take a look at outstanding shares and see if that changed at all. That would be the only thing I can think of that would cause this value to move the way that it did. Yep, that's what it is. We had an increased amount of shares outstanding being reported by Ortex from 361.35 million to 360, I don't know what, but you can see it's going up because I actually can't zoom in on it. I can't, they're reporting a new value, but I can't see it. You can see, oh, there, it just popped up. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay, so it went from 361.35 to 375.68. I'm not sure why they're reporting an increase in outstanding shares. As far as I know, there hasn't been any new... What's the date today? 11/8. I don't know why they're doing it on the 8th. Usually it's the end of the month that they report the new value. We'll have to get to the bottom of this. So that's why that estimated short share interest of the free float number is changing intraday. All right, moving on. Estimated short or on-loan average age per day. This is the number that I would mention to you guys yesterday, that we had 2 days of momentum going down. We went from like a 56.19 high on-loan average age per day down to 52.77, and now we're starting to see an increase back up. If we get another day of an increase on this, which I am expecting, then there's a very good chance that that we will see a big price increase coming within 15 trading days. But as it stands right now, they've already borrowed 1 million shares this morning. So if that doesn't slow down, we may see this go back into a decline trend. Security lending volume this morning increasing from 3.75 million to 5.15 yesterday. GameStop's reporting, or Ortex is reporting that GameStop has had about 42,000 shares having been borrowed against it so far for the day-to-day. That's going to maybe slightly, I doubt that's really going to change the estimated short-term interest, the free float at all. It's at 8.47%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.59, average 0.93, and max is 1.49. Utilization day over day increasing on GME from 29.43% to 29.61. That should mean the on-loan amount is increasing, and it did from 47.85 million shares to 48.27. The estimated short-term interest of the free float will increase as a result from 8.44 to 8.46. And the on-loan average age per day decreasing day over day from 58.12 days down to 56.65. Security lending volume spiking again from 1.72 million to 6.15. SSR trigger price for the day today is going to be $3.87. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here in the options. I want to refresh GME here in just a minute because it's really close to breaking into that new strike price of 24. Currently this morning, what's being reported by Stocko Tracker, which could be wrong, 96.2 thousand contracts are out of the money in the calls versus 2.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 11.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 8.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Come on, GME. 2408. There we go. Let's take a look at these option contracts here. 71.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 48.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 24.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 580 contracts that are in the money. There is quite a few contracts that could go into the money for next week, but just do note for both AMC and GME, the next few weeks after that, and contracts are actually pretty shallow. Light, shallow, whatever you want to call it. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list, neither of which are on there. Look at the bond rates falling. I'm waiting for the VIX to just flip. MMRI earlier this morning was 281.16. It's now down to 278.08. A lot of risk off going on in the marketplace right now. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields coming in this morning at... Did I even look at that this morning? I don't even know that I looked at it this morning. I apologize, since I seem to have not written it on my board, which means I probably didn't look at it, and I like to look at it every morning so we know where we're starting the day. We started out this week with a spread of 0.139. As it stands right now, the 10-year is at 4.273, and the 2-year is at 4.204. 0.069. We are seeing a tightening of the spread. We could run the risk of inverting again. VIX is sitting at 14.69, with futures suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 15.43, which means we're getting very close. Earlier this morning, that was about a half-point spread. It's getting close to a full point spread between where the VIX is at and where the VIX futures are suggesting it should be, which means that maybe towards the end of today or maybe even Monday we may see a leap in the VIX up a full point, and that would certainly be signaling towards some more stress in the marketplace, and you may see the market moving down as a result. With the bonds falling here, I would suggest that's going to happen sooner than later. NASDAQ is down 0.03, Dow Jones is up 0.49, and the SP 500 is up 0.29. We have 3,085 advancers to 2,619 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining. Not cooking with bacon grease, though. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. The worst two sectors is communications followed by materials. The top two performing sectors, real estate and utilities. Of the Mag 7, 2 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price. We'll get a shout out. Coinbase is up 5.62. Whenever I shout out Coinbase, whichever direction it's going, you can imagine that crypto is going the same way. FRC is up 38.46%. We have Douche Tank is down 3.74. UBS Group is down 2.54. HSBC Holdings is down 3.84. And that's it. Gold is down 0.69, taking an uptrend into a downtrend. Silver is down 1.8%, trending down. Ethereum Classic is taking a sharp trend up after having been in a downtrend, is up 1% for the day. US dollar is currently up 0.23. When this trend's up, the market's usually down. Oil is down 7.72% and trending down. That's a big jump. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.35 to 0.39 and trending up. SPY is up 0.3, trending up. Very unusual things happening. VIX, as I said, is trending down at 14.75 according to Webull, but the more accurate reading right now from TradingView is 14.66. IWM is up 0.26, trending up. IWN is up 0.4, trending up. Tesla is up 5.7%, trending up. Amazon is down 0.56 and is currently in a downtrend. Actually, I'm going to call it consolidation. I mean, there's kind of it's still moving within a certain range here that it appears to be consolidation. Cinemark is up 0.84, trending up. Doge is up 1.26 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Bitcoin is up 0.68 and trending up quite quickly. GME is up 2.24, trending up. HYMC is down 0.08 and consolidating. NCMI is down 3.26, consolidating after a downtrend. Hood is up 1.43, trending up, and AMC is down 2.21 and consolidating after an initial market downtrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 3.61 million shares traded so far. After 55 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace for 25.59 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I was expecting less volume than this. This is actually quite a bit more volume than I would have anticipated. If we do have an up day today and close positive, that would be on more volume than we had yesterday. That would be extremely bullish considering the fact that we had downwards momentum in price and falling volume day over day yesterday. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.15, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 33.24, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 31.39, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 38.89, which is below average. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line, conversion's below base. The base has dropped pretty quickly to where it's caught up with that conversion. A turnaround in price today could actually be a lot lower now. I did not see that coming when I was giving you guys the numbers earlier this morning, and so I'm going to modify my number for the 1-hour chart from 460 down to a reversal could happen as early as 440. A sharp reversal in trend price could happen as early as 440. I think I'm going to err on the side of caution here and say 445. It was 460 this morning, so I just dropped it 15 cents. On a 4-hour chart, we just printed a TD9, which usually means price is going to start reversing the opposite direction. We have lagging line below price line. Conversion is below base, and in order to see a turnaround on this, we need to get lagging line back up above price line. Today, that would end up being somewhere around 452. So I've got 455 written down on my board. 455 does put us above the green cloud, and would be extremely bullish to see that. I'm not anticipating that by any means, but 455 is kind of the magic number. So I've got a spread of 10 cents between the 1-hour and 4-hour charts. They are not completely in agreement, but we should see some good price movement in that 445 to 455 price range. Yep. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. I need to go call my doctor. If you guys wouldn't mind me excusing myself for just a few minutes while I make a phone call.
Yeah, forget about it. Go do what you got to do, man.
Because I don't think my thing's supposed to be bleeding after 3 days. So I need to go find out if I need to go back in. Because if I've got to work tonight, which I do, I need to make sure that's done first. So I need to call them up real quick because they should be open now. Thanks, controls guy. I'm gonna go get this taken care of real quick. Give me just a few minutes, guys. I'll be back momentarily.
Diesel said he's approves.
All right, sweet. I can go. But before I do go, gotta say real quick. Good morning, UPS delivery guy. Diesel says good morning too.
Good morning. Happy Friday.
That's right. Happy Fuzzy Friday. All right. Let me zoom out of here, and then I'll be back in a few.
What do you think? Cannon on hill. Should I rant? Would you prefer crickets? No. Your call. We're gonna let you make the call.
Rant. Let's not call these rants. Let's call them Diaries of a Pirate.
I'm waiting for him to respond, or she. I'm assuming it's a he. He'd been an asshole this morning, and I figured I'd let him have his way. I'm waiting for a response. Yeah, Deez, tell him. What say ye? What are you doing, buddy?
I'm gonna dip out and kick some ass today at work. Y'all be well and buy some shares.
Come back when you can, attendees.
Oh, I'll come back with a vengeance. Y'all be good, brothers and sisters. Love y'all.
All right, buddy.
If I haven't mentioned, good morning, gentlemen.
Pirate, did you get to enjoy the game last night with the missus?
She watched it, and I sat and read, as is my custom. And I didn't stay for the end of the game. I stayed up till about halftime. And just as I was getting ready to drift off to sleep, I could hear her screaming at the top of her lungs, hell no, and that's bullshit. That's bullshit or something. So I'm going to assume that, because when I went to bed, they were tied up. So based on that. Oh, she said they were 14 points ahead or something?
Yeah.
Did you lose? She said, and they lost. So I knew something had gone afoul because I could hear her thundering away at the other end of our house. She wasn't very pleased. So apparently I got lucky when I chose to go to sleep. It might have been the right call. She was not pleased with her beloved Bengals.
She should be proud of her.
No one can say that we weren't wrong.
Her opinion is that no one can say they weren't robbed. Apparently there were yet another issue with bad calls and refs.
Tell her I said she sounds like a Trump supporter.
He said to tell you, you sound like a Trump supporter. IA, immediate action, says keep ranting. Thank you for the support, IA. I appreciate that. I have a great deal of respect for my wife, and regarding her support of the Bengals, she has never wavered. For over 30 years that I've been her friend, she is through good times and bad. She supports her team. She's never been one to run around and buy T-shirts when they're in the running for the Super Bowl, but then not tune in, when they lose the first 5 games of the year. So she gets credit for that. Johnson B Street says, Pirate, it's almost like John from AMC heard your thoughts and wanted to release more info on the Go plan. LOL, are they listening? I'd like to think so, Johnson B Street. I have no way to support that theory, but if he's not personally tuning in, I'd like to think that maybe he has someone who tries to keep up with our thoughts, and knowing how committed we are to the company. And I take comfort in that thought.
Tech should get a lot of credit for putting together a nice email.
Absolutely.
Doing it thoughtfully.
Yep. He's a critical executive in a world leading industry. He's got a lot to do. I'm certain he's a very, very busy man. His days are packed. Every minute is probably spoken for, and for him to take time out to do that, it was incredibly. I was really impressed by that, regardless of my feelings about whatever I perceive as a particular maybe misstep business wise. All that aside, you got to give credit where credit's due for someone of his stature, someone in his position in that corporation, to take time out to draft a document like that says a lot. So I've always been respectful of Mr. Merriwether, but now he's earned a few more cool points. Not that matters in any fashion to someone like him, but I agree with you. It's a good thing. immediate action. IA says, hi, KC, I'm Dr. Yes, formerly Dr. No. You may have missed it, IA. He stepped out. He's got to make a quick call to his doctor. The incision that they made for his treatments, his outpatient surgery, it's still bleeding and not just a little bit. And after several days, that's not good. So I think he's on the phone with a doctor trying to see what they want to do about that. But I'm sure usually when he returns, he reviews just so you'll know he's not ignoring your message there. He's just not with us at the moment.
A little duct tape and liquid bandage would fix that.
Yeah, I was going to suggest just rubbing some dirt on it, but I don't want to get sued for unlicensed medical advice, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, big sloppy. That was kind of what I was getting at. Terry said, hey, Pirate, how's your dog doing? Thank you for asking, Terry. He's sitting here next to me. He's doing just fine. It's kind of you to ask. This swelling seems to be going down. It may take a while. Yep, it looks like everything's going to be fine. Real rugged. Just so you know, I made an attempt to read the document that you sent me, but unfortunately I can't make out the handwriting. It's all too small, but I don't have time right now, but maybe sometime in the future you can read it to me when we have time. I did manage to make out the letterhead said it was from Lackland Military Training Center, and I know exactly what that is. So, like I said, we don't have time to do it now, but perhaps this weekend, if there's not much else going on, we can revisit that, and you can let me know what that's all about. I'd be interested in hearing about that letter from your father. I'm patiently waiting, but I guess Cannon on the Hill is not going to give me a response. I don't know why I'm not surprised. It's usually the case. These new names, unrecognizable, or pop in, say something particularly nasty, and then disappear again. I don't know why I thought that this guy was any different. Yeah. That's the way it is with these things on the internet, I guess. You know, you read my mind, Calm. You said that he's busy having coffee with Hedge Tremor 10 or whatever it was. And I kid you not, you read my mind. I was thinking to myself, yesterday's ugly person of the day was Hedge Tremor. He come in with his particularly nasty flavor of aggression and attacking, and didn't add a whole lot of value or entertainment to the day. He proclaimed himself to be entertaining. He did declare that, or she, right there towards the very end. That was his self-declaration of, that was his, I think one of his final posts was, "I am entertaining." I thought, well, there you go. But yeah, I would be lying if I didn't, if I told you that didn't cross my mind. AMC making a new low class, $4.17, falling. GameStop at $23.84.
And I swear to God, they were every play they were not converting.
Oh, was they being mean to your guy?
Every
And I got an ice pack under my backside, so that's good. Yeah. Alrighty.
That's good.
Yeah. Cold butt here in a minute. So I got myself another cup of coffee.
I'm glad you're back because I need your help.
Oh, okay. What's up?
So Mrs. Pirate, somebody was asking about Mrs. Pirate's football game last night. The Bengals played Thursday night. I went to bed at halftime, but I could hear her screaming and hollering, raising hell, and about some perceived,
bad call.
Slight from the referees, bad calls and all that.
Go figure.
And and so she felt like she needed to provide a little evidence. So she forwarded me a photograph, and I put it in your Discord general. I hope maybe you could share that with the class, and I'd like to get everybody's input on whether or not Mrs. Pirate does she have a grievance here, or is she just being petty? But her claim is that the referees weren't being fair with the Bengals, and her evidence was that that's a picture of Joe Burrow, quarterback for the Bengals.
Oh, that is a face mask.
He's got a face mask where they've yanked the helmet down over his eyes. But if you look closely, there's three face masks there. Those other two guys are face masks. But here's the kicker: not a single flag was thrown.
Yeah.
So here you've got the quarterback's being mugged. His two defenders are being mugged with that's three face masks and not a single flag.
So
I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm not a sports fan. I'm not a sports fan, but I'll leave it up to you guys to say whether Mrs. Pirate does indeed have a grievance or if she's just being petty.
You are a sports fan. Okay, so
yeah.
Right. So here's the deal.
Sports fan.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are in regards to like pushing on the mask. And none of these look like they're
yank it down, when you yank it.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So that was just one. I'm not going to burden the jury with too much evidence, but that was what she submitted for our consideration. So I'm gonna on this particular one, I'm gonna say that she had every right to scream and holler at the television. So C Love said he heard that the Bengals are getting delisted. Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Let's see. The rules covered under Rule 12, Section 2, Article 15. The rule states that no player shall grasp and control, twist, turn, push, or pull the face mask of an opponent in any direction. Those are all indeed defined by this picture I see here. There is indeed three different face masks based on what I'm reading. Failure to do
nothing
so.
To see here. Nothing to see here. Yeah.
If a player grasps an opponent's face mask, they must immediately release it. Failure to do so results in a 15-yard penalty. If the action is flagrant, the player may be disqualified. Additionally, if the foul is committed by the defense, it results in an automatic first down for the offense.
Yep. So that's the source of her. That's the source of her. She seemed to think that, to put it mildly, there was some bias in the officiating, and that's her Exhibit A.
Here's a problem I have with this one. He doesn't know what he's hitting. He's not looking. His eyes are deadlocked with the guy that he's got face mask down here. So all he knows is he's got his hand on the quarterback. He doesn't know. I mean, of course, I'm sure his fingers could feel it the minute that he hit it, but this is all happening like very, very quickly. Whatever is going on right here is certainly a check mark for me with the face masking. And this one right here is most definitely a check mark on face masking. This one, I don't know if I was a ref and I saw him falling and he put his arm out, he doesn't know what's going on with that arm like that.
You'd have to see it in motion. One still photograph doesn't really tell it all, but I think it's pretty damning evidence. Well, look, I'm all for it. I'm of the thing, like, let's make the game interesting. Let's get back to nut punching. When you're in the pile, you can punch a guy in the crotch. I'm saying the Bengals need to go as good as they get. They need to develop a play that says, we're going to do 10 right Romeo on 3, hut. And that means everybody just punches the other guy in the balls right off the bat. And if we get a 5-yard penalty for it, then we'll take the 5 yards, but that's the play. whoever your opponent is across the line of scrimmage, just kick him in the balls as hard as you can, and we'll take the 5-yard penalty. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope we see more of this going forward.
Man, that was one hell of a picture, though. I gotta say.
Yeah,
that is one hell of a picture. Props to her for pulling that. That's, you can tell her that's almost as good as a tech email.
They're giving you a thumbs up, Sandy, for your evidence there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What movie was that? Burt Reynolds, old movie.
The longest yard. The prison guards played against the inmates. Yeah.
Good movie.
Yeah, good stuff.
That sounded like a new voice. Who was that? That was not Yucca.
Mallier.
That had to be Mallier.
Miller. I call him Mallier.
Mallier.
Yeah. Makes him sound exotic in French. I think it's Mailer, but I call him Mallier.
Audio Tits, good morning.
Maze in Bluetooth says 15-yard penalty on the defense for dick twisting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Maze. Twist his dick. I'm all for it, man. Let's just let it rip. Let's get back to the old days of football when it was just a brutal battle out there. No more of this out of the pocket shit. Quarterbacks are fair game. If you can put him in a wheelchair, have at it, man. That's what I'm saying. Let's get back to the fundamentals.
I was watching something the other day, and I witnessed a lineman. I want to say it was a lineman, but it was probably not a lineman. It was somebody charging in on a kicker, and they barely hit the guy's back leg that was like up in the, as he was up in there. And that kicker came down, and he was milking it for everything he had.
Oh, sure. Like the soccer players flopping around on the ground like they just got hit by a fucking Mack truck.
I wish I could remember. I wish I could remember what team this is that I'm talking about. But I just sat there and I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, why is it that for like ever since I've been a kid, kickers have always been treated like they're the most fragile things in the entire NFL. Like, why is it that they get so much more
ballerinas, like a fucking ballerina? You're right. I train his ass. He should be. Yeah.
I don't get it. That's not football. You don't get special treatment for kicking a ball. I mean, come on. I don't know. I just think it's. I mean, I understand roughing
there's another little recent development I saw the other night, and I just glance up from time to time. I made no secret about the fact that I don't know anything about sports, but I did notice not once, not twice, but no less than 3 times during the game the other night, there was hugging. The guys would tackle the quarterback, and then the quarterback would stand up, and then the Ravens would like give him a hug, and I'm like, Dick Butkus and some of these guys, the old guys from the Pittsburgh Steelers, they didn't give anybody a hug. They would destroy their opponent, and then they would walk back to their side. There was no hug. There's no hugging in football. Come on, man. What's next? These guys, what are they going to do? Take their helmets off and kiss? I mean, fuck.
Give them a little butt pat.
What I'd like to see is them remove their padding and go back to leather helmets.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You mean rugby?
Metal cleats.
Just go back to rugby.
Bring back metal cleats. I want metal cleats. Same with baseball, man. I want to see somebody sliding into second base with those metal cleats up about 18 inches off the ground. Let's get back to when sports really was.
We're gonna go back to gladiators. We're gonna get arenas with gladiators out. And speaking of which, that movie is it coming out? When is it coming out? I'm not sure. I think that's already. I feel like it's already out. I haven't seen it. No, it came out when Wicked came out, and that's when I made the point that if you wanted to go see Wicked, you could see that while your wife went and saw Wicked.
Another development that I seen that I happened to notice just in my passing attention. What's with the new, like, what they do? Strap a pillow on their helmets. They've got what is it?
I said the same thing.
Some sort of a protocol for concussions. But
it is.
I tell you what, it reminded me of. It reminded me of Spaceballs.
Bobbleheads.
Remember the Spaceballs movie? The parody for Darth Vader, when that little guy has the giant Darth Vader helmet on. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Is this Spaceballs
is
or
bigger
what?
Than mine.
Exactly. I'm like, what the fuck? Sandy pointed it out. She's like, there's something on their helmets. And I'm like, you eat another gummy. You're seeing things. And she's like, no, look. And I looked up, and this guy looks like he's got like a pillow off of his bed duct taped to his helmet. I'm like, oh my Jesus, really? I mean,
I
what are they going to
noticed
do
it.
next? Encapsulate these guys in like a big bubble, like bubble boys, and they're all going to just run around and bump their little bubbles together?
I noticed it and asked I think it was my brother-in-law who came walking into the room or something. I said, like, what's up with the NFL and the big helmets this year with the covers on them? And he goes, what are you talking about? He didn't even notice. And I was like pointing it out to him,
Yeah,
like, there's
I don't know
one
how
right
you
there.
could miss it. I don't know
Yeah.
how you could miss it.
And
Yeah.
so we had to go look it up, and it says that they're special concussion helmets that they don't have the team logo on it, so they have to put a cover on it so that it shows their team logo.
Nice.
Yep. But it looks like a diaper for a helmet.
Donkey Kong says North Dallas 40. Yeah, I remember Nick Nolte played the receiver in North Dallas 40. And the best part of that whole movie, Kong, was the very last scene where Nick Nolte and him's walking out in the parking lot, and the quarterback throws the football to Nick Nolte, and then instead of catching it, he lets it hit him in the chest and fall to the ground, and he just holds his hands up like, whoopsie, my bad. I thought that was incredibly good writing for the last scene of a movie. It was pretty deep. Good stuff.
Yep. 10:07 numbers. I'm gonna bail. I really need to. I tried to contact my dermatologist, and they're not getting back to me. So I might have to kind of lay into them a little bit because I'm gonna have to go into work like this. Yep. So by the way, next week I've been asked to work Monday through Friday at the new job that I'm starting. So I will not be streaming all week, and I just found this out like just now when I was going to look at my email. So next week I'm not going to be streaming at all, and it's going to be because of that new job. But it's only going to be temporary.
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. It's good that right off the bat they're asking you to work the whole week. That bodes well for your family's cash flow. It's bitter in the fact that you won't be here, but we're prepared for this. Things are going along nicely on Papa Mac's steam engine over there, and it's even more pleasurable when you pop in and participate to the extent that you can. So maybe you'll find a minute or two to pop in and out and say hi.
Yeah, maybe lunch breaks like Danny does.
Yeah, exactly. We'll keep moving forward, but I think it's a good thing.
Bullshit pay, so I
Yeah,
can
there
sit
you go.
out here.
Nice, well done, Malier.
Yes, very done, very well done.
It's perfect timing.
Mm-hmm. But I got my first GameStop check the other day, and I was happy. I saw that money, and I was like, "Woo!" I'm gonna be raking in the bucks in no time at all.
All gravy.
Yeah. I can't wait to start buying more shares again. I'm sitting there going like, this is great. I can actually start buying. And, That's right. That is right. Come on down. Yucca hasn't even said a word yet. He's like, he comes in now and won't even say anything. He must be, maybe he's busy. That's good. Oh, maybe he is busy.
No, he's not busy at all.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess maybe you're not busy.
No, you were in the middle of conversation with Pirates, so I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, okay. Well, you know how it is around here. Just interrupt.
Yuck, I'm never going to get over your image. It makes me, oh my gosh.
Which one?
The squirrel.
The squirrel. Since nobody knows.
Yeah.
Since everybody probably is
He's so
sitting here
cute.
wondering. Yeah, I love squirrels, by the way. My life mattered. There it is. That's Yucca's.
Yeah. I feed squirrels in my backyard, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well, there's like a ground roots movement to make a red, white, and blue squirrel is going to be the new animal mascot, where the Democrats have the mule and the GOP has long had the elephant. MAGA now, it appears, will have a squirrel, and I like it.
I love it.
I like it very much. Yeah.
All right. Numbers. Let's do this. Starting with me logging into my account, maybe? No, I don't need to because I already did. All right, let's do this. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 62.67% going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.23%. We're at 70.9% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's 10.9% more volume than normal. LTSE is at 9,970 shares. CHX volume for the day today is at 564. Those aren't super high. Borrow fees. Shares borrowed in the last hour. No new shares borrowed today on AMC. We were sitting at a total of about 300,000 reported since 2045 yesterday, according to IBKR. Fees are 0.67% with 2.7 million shares available to be borrowed with a rebate of 4.16. On GME, exchange traded volume for the day today through LTSE is at 8,547, 579 through CHX. Those numbers aren't too elevated. Total amount of shares having been borrowed so far since 2045 yesterday has been approximately 600,000 shares, but no new shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees are at 0.43% according to IBKR, with an available amount of shares to borrow at 2.5 million and a rebate of 4.41. Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, AMC, Ortex is reporting AMC had a borrowing of about 997,000 shares. That's now showing up as 893,000 shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 14.43%. I did not have a chance in this last hour to take a look at it yet, but we did see a significant drop by about 0.5% on this estimated short share interest of the free float. And part of the reason for that is Ortex is reporting an increase of shares outstanding, and sometimes they're just delayed on their reporting, which is entirely possible. Usually I find that they report a new outstanding share amount at the beginning of a month after it's already happened. I was a little surprised, I think, in November to not see the previous increase that AMC had mentioned, and so maybe they're just reporting a little bit late. That's why we're seeing these numbers down on the estimated short share interest of the free float. But cost to borrow is 0.68, average is 1.36, max is 1.49. The shares on loan today is 45.61 million shares. There was a return of about 3.11 million shares yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 520,000 of that was in new or delivered shares to close out short interest. On GME, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 42,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 432,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 8.44%. The cost of borrow ends at 0.59, average is 0.93, and max 1.49. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on AMC was at a $4.50 strike with 4.3 thousand contracts. It's now 5.8 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike as well. That's down from the $5 strike, where there was 628 contracts an hour ago at 5. There's now 730 contracts in volume at 4.5. The market is suggesting a close within 425 to 475 by the end of the day today. Currently, we're at 418. Taking a look at GME. Highest amount of call volume an hour ago was at 25. On puts, it was at 23, suggesting a 24 close by the end of the day today. Highest amount of volume currently still at 25 for calls. Puts is now at 24, now suggesting a 24.50 close by the end of the day today. Currently 23.94. Moving over to the other screen here, let me move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. AMC and GME on orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see if we've made the list at all. Not today. Looks like MMRI it was 278.08 an hour ago, is now 279.95. We are starting to see those bond yields starting to trend back up again. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. .074, it was .069 an hour ago. At this rate, by the way, we started out the week at the spread at 0.139. At this rate, we could close next week with an inverse bond yield. Again. VIX sitting at 14.73 with futures suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 15.48. So definitely a pretty big margin there in difference. The VIX is expected to move back up and cover that gap at some point. Should be expected. NASDAQ is down 0.08. Dow Jones is up 0.67. And the SP 500 is up 0.38. We have 3,253 advancers to 2,703 decliners. The market is more advancing right now than it was an hour ago. But still not cooking with bacon grease. Sectors that are doing poorly, there's only really three. The worst two is communications followed by materials. The top two performing sectors happens to be real estate followed by utilities. Of the Mag 7, one is green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.25%. FRC is up 38.46. Douche is down 3.57. UBS Group close enough down 2.45. HSBC Holdings is down 4.1%. And that appears to be it. Gold is down 0.74, trending down. Silver is down 1.9, trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 0.5 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.28, trending up. Oil is down 8.33% and starting to consolidate after a trend down earlier in the market open. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.24 to 0.25 and have started to trend down after having been on a trend mostly up this morning. SPY is up 0.39 and currently still trending upwards. Did it break 600 yet? No, it did not. It's getting so close. VIX is down 3.03%, trending down. IWM is up 0.38, consolidating after a trend up. IWN is up 0.44, consolidating after a trend up. Tesla is up 6.33%, trending up. Amazon is down 0.5 and trending down. Cinemark is up 0.57, trending up. Doge is up 1.38, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.68, trending up. GME is up 2.09, consolidating after a trend up. HYMC is up 0.88 and trending up. I just want to look at the volume on GME real quick here and calculate out what kind of pace they're on for volume for the day today. 4.72 million shares traded after, let's call it 100 and, we'll just call it 119 minutes worth of trading. Looks like they're on pace for about 15.46 million shares traded for the day. That seems pretty high, like high volume. The average 3-month volume right now is 8.1, so it's almost double the amount of the average 3-month value. HYMC is up 0.88 and trending up. NCMI is down 5.3, trending down. Hood is up 3.09, trending up. AMC is down 2.79 and consolidating after a trend down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.28 million shares traded so far. After 110 minutes. I should have done 110 minutes on GME. I don't know why I did 119. After 110 minutes worth of trading. I feel like that's right. That's right. Times 390. AMC is on a pace for 18.72 million shares. It's a little bit quicker of a pace than what I would have anticipated earlier this morning. But that is falling as the day continues on. And I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25. So we're already in that range. Let me go back to GME and get the correct calculation on volume pace. 16.68 million. My bad. So just about double the amount of volume pace right now. That's going to drop. Probably maybe do like 12 or 13 million unless there's another spike in volume and price today. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to... oh, wait. Time intervals. On a 4-hour time interval, AMC, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.42, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.01, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.1, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.54, which is below average. With that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
You're still in pain?
Yeah, I am. That's why I'm actually pausing. You noticed it? I didn't think... That's kind of weird that you noticed that. How did you... Was it the way I was talking?
Emotional damage!
How did you know? Were you just guessing, or...
Well, you're emotionally damaged, so...
Emotional damage!
I needed to test my new sound.
Okay, I thought you were keying in on something
No,
there, and I was like, that's kind of crazy.
I cannot tell that you're in pain. I cannot tell you. I just assume that you're in pain because you said it before.
Yeah.
That you... Yeah, man. Maybe you can get the doctor to just give you... put you on disability.
No, I don't. No, that's too soon. I don't play
Why
like
not?
that. I don't like doing that to my new employers.
Why?
Why? Because I guess I'm kind of that.
Why?
Like I'd like to lean more towards that tough as nails category of people who just push through and say screw it, and allow people to be able to rely on you even when you're down.
But you're in pain. You've got issues. It sounds like you need to talk to the doctor and life disability.
Yeah. No, I'm going to talk to them, but I don't need disability. That's ridiculous. There's no reason.
You need life, so you can get a paycheck, Casey, every day, and we can have you all to ourselves.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, unfortunately.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
I
like people to be able to rely on me for like when you're getting paid by somebody, I want them to be able to rely on me.
Yucca, you're trying to start a fight with me this morning. Look, the world is divided into two guys. There's guys that file insurance claims and try to scam the disability, and then there's guys who work 2 jobs. Casey's a 2-job guy. Don't paint him with the fucking other brush, man.
You know what, Pirate?
Emotional damage.
All right then.
My thought process on this is that like anytime I go to a new employer and I get hired, I want them to be able to call up the last guy and say like, hey, what did this guy? What was he like? Did he work good? And I don't want them to just give like he worked here. I want them to sit there and be like, dude, you're making out. You just got yourself a star employee. You need to make sure and hold on to this guy. That's what I want to get from them. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, but they're gonna look at you and they're gonna say, "Shit, who do we hire? Cripple? He's calling out every other day."
No, that's why I'm not calling out. I'm not going to do that.
You become a liability now.
No, I'm not a liability.
The surgery.
Nah.
Okay, all right, fine. I'm just letting you know, man. This is how employers think.
Sometimes it's better. Sometimes it's better to have a hot body in there just to be there than it is to have no body.
Yeah. Now, if I found out that you had surgery, I'd fire you.
I told them I had surgery. They knew it.
It's a liability, man.
Nah, it's not a liability. People have surgery all the time.
It's America.
Surgeries happen.
That's different. That's because they're in prison, but that's going to stop. That sex change is going to stop. We got a new president.
I didn't have that kind of surgery. Damn it. They removed my tail.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, that's right. Don't you wish you had
He's like Hellboy. He's got to go in and have his evil horns ground off.
I completely just forgot the name of the. Oh yeah, don't you wish you had an avatar tail? Well, you don't know what it's like to have one and then finally get rid of it. Now I'm happy.
That was always Sandy's thing. She's like, I wish I had a tail. And she said, I think it'd be cute, like a little foxtail or whatever. And I took her to a concert, and Ted Nugent was the opening act, and she had no idea that Ted Nugent usually hooks a big wolf's tail to the back of his belt, so it looks like he's got a tail. And he came out to play Wango Tango, and as he was playing, he spun around on stage, and I thought she was going to lose her shit. She was like, oh my God, he's got a tail. I want a tail.
That's funny. Well, you know where that
Motor City Madman.
I'm not gonna say anything else. I've seen what's on the other end of those tails.
Yeah, there's different kinds now, Casey. Not every tail has to be connected to a butt plug. So, yeah, they do make tails that just clip onto your jeans.
Well, you keep telling yourself that. Sandy will too.
Yeah, I mean, just because you hook a feather duster to a fire plug or a flashlight doesn't make it a tail.
Now Yucca's gonna go around telling everybody Casey had his tail removed. he had to have it surgically removed. I can see it already. Yep. That's what happened. Now Pro Julie comes
damn it! I've
walking
been
in.
on mute all this time. I've been on mute. I got a call and they put me on mute. I'm over here talking smack. Forget it.
Pro Julie just walk in.
Well,
He'll talk smack.
All we care about is that you get better. You know, if you want to keep on trucking,
yep, that's right.
We'll be there. We'll be behind you, Casey. Be right behind you.
Yep, following that no tail.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Buy the 600 today?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's it. We are entering a bull market.
Oh, did we really? Did we seriously hit 600? Holy crap!
No, not yet. I'm just.
It's like $2 away, Casey.
Like
it's
$2 away.
Yeah.
It's gonna do it. It's gonna push all the way up.
Yep.
Here we go.
Hold on a second here. I gotta put this on a daily to see what this is looking. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That is
you should
so
see
nutty ridiculous.
Elon stock. I mean,
push.
Well, it's good. It's good for America. I guess.
I mean, the one positive thing I can say about this is at least volume increased this time when it did run up.
Yeah. That's you're right. The other time it was just like a nothing, like air.
Falling
yeah.
volume.
Yeah, but today's pretty long.
Yeah.
Well, I know you're in pain, Casey. Go handle your tail.
I gotta go get some tail. I gotta get my tail.
Man, that does sucks. It does suck. Is it the nerves?
Yeah, I mean, usually it is. Usually it's the nerve endings is usually the pain and what causes like the after pain after. You know, just I mean, right now it feels like is I feel like I got punched in the kidneys. You ever been punched in the kidneys before?
They can't reach the kidneys. I don't know what you mean by that.
You ever had to pee so bad that your kidneys started hurting?
No, I don't do that.
Well, those are the two feelings that I would describe this as, and that's what it feels like right now. It feels like I got either punched in the kidneys.
That's a problem.
Or that
maybe does it feel like when you need to go pee in the morning and you're like, damn it, I needed to pee. I've been sleeping, and then you get up and you just pee, and it's like a relief, like that.
But even more so. Like the pain is like normally when you wake up and you have that kind of usually it's not pain. I'm talking about like that real deep kidney pain because you just haven't gone to the bathroom in forever.
Like a toothache.
Yeah. It's like a dull. Yeah, it's like a dull pain. It's like a dull pain. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Like yeah.
It's nothing. It's not. It doesn't feel like you're gonna die, but it's just kind of like this, like just constant
like
aching pain. Yeah. It's
like
just
a deep.
Yeah, deep.
It's really too bad that you're a heterosexual because if you swung the other way, that scar you got back there would make a nice cornhole tattoo. You could make like a little cornhole box out of it and everything. That could be integrated in very nicely, but that doesn't work. That doesn't work if you're not into that sort of thing. But
Ooh, yeah.
it seems like it would have been a really good fit.
It would.
Oh, man.
Talk to Melissa and figure out what kind of tattoo you're gonna get.
I don't want to get I just don't want to get a back tattoo. Tattoos are permanent. I view tattoos as something like you want to keep forever, and I just don't see why.
I just like the whole concept of how you mentioned yesterday that they're turning scars. The scar has become part of the artwork. I really like that. It's just your misfortune that your scar is over top of your bunghole, and I don't know how you can square that circle being a straight guy.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go in.
That'd be challenging. Walk into a tattoo parlor and say, "Look, I'm as straight as they come. I'm not gay, but I want you to use all of your powers, all of your abilities to make this scar look cool." And it's not a tramp stamp. Anybody can put a wolf on a guy's chest. Let me see you take a horseshoe-shaped scar over a guy's asshole and make that cool. You're supposed to be a professional. Let me see you do your thing, man.
Casey, I was gonna say for you, I don't know, I was gonna say just those temporary tattoos that you can put on, right? I was like, that makes sense because you do a good tattoo and then you have another future operations. Like, does it get it's gonna ruin your tattoo? I'm
gonna put something on there that says the last guy that tried missed too.
What if you do something that's neither male nor female oriented. It's just sort of in the middle. You could do like a big. Remember in the 70s when the smiley face was real popular, the yellow smile. If it's a horseshoe shaped scar, that could serve as the mouth, and all you need is two eyes, and then you could just have like "Have a nice day" put on top of it, and have the big yellow circle. Maybe you could do something like that.
Tattoo they, them across the top of it.
Yeah. I mean, the creative challenge is going to be integrating that horseshoe-shaped scar into something, but ultimately it can't be gay, and that's the hurdle. That's the hurdle.
I put something in the bubble just to give you an idea of what you could, if you want to stay classy with some script.
Yeah, ask Chat GPT or Grok or whatever. Say, how can I do a tramp stamp type tattoo on a man and have it not be feminine?
This is what Yucca wants me to put on back there.
AI. Maybe there's an AI solution to this.
If you're gonna call it a tramp stamp, you better have the big tramp on there.
That's classy.
The big tramp. I'll make the scar the peeling out road tracks for
now that works.
Van.
Yeah, you put exactly.
The big tramp taking off.
Right.
They can make fire kind of like the fire for Back to the Future car.
Well, that's kind of the challenge. I mean, the single biggest hurdle is that no matter what you put there, that whole area of the body has become synonymous with a tramp stamp, and it's usually only women who get a tattoo there, and so you don't have a choice. That's where the scar is. So it's going to take somebody that's really at the top of their game to make that a cool manly tattoo back there. I don't know. It may be like free energy or fusion. It may just be all theoretical and not possible in the real world.
Yep. Or you can put a scratch and sniff across the back, that area. So anything can work, Casey. Anything can work.
Is Tech still in here?
Yeah, he's over here laughing at what I posted.
He's always lurking.
Tech, what's your Twitter account name? Because I want to make sure that I want to link directly to you.
Ooh, yeah.
Sure. Give me a sec. So the handle is PE with Joe.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Yep. Okay.
I mean, or
P with Joe? No.
P Diddy with Joe? No. Okay.
I'm trying to have a younger joke. If he had one.
Casey, you could put a tramp stamp of a squirrel with a MAGA hat on it with a little sign that says "My whole matters."
I mean,
My whole matters.
Now you're.
I put
Maye.
Ooh, what the hell, Pro Jeweler?
You can't just come in here throwing like really funny lines like that and just all of a sudden like you gotta have some like bad. You gotta have Danny jokes first, and then you can improve to higher quality content like that. You're just
Seems really unfair that your first joke gets laughed right off the bat. We don't do that around here. You gotta lay a few stinkers out there first, and then come in.
I got another one for you in the bubble, Casey.
Oh,
that should take care of everything.
Tech, I'm looking, and I don't see. I mean, I see where you relinked a post that somebody put up. I guess I'll just do that one.
I mean, Pirate would probably consider getting this one on his back.
I can post it here. Give me a sec.
If you guys are really curious, I almost got a tattoo one time. And coming out of the military, it's hard to believe I don't have a single tattoo. But I had just started that tree company, and Hurricane Aaron and Hurricane Opal hit Florida. Within 30 days, we had 2 hurricane eyes hit in my business area, my area of operation. You can only imagine how beneficial that was to my financial success. But I thought that I owed something to those 2 hurricanes. So on the cheeks of my ass, I was going to have each hurricane tattooed on each butt cheek, and then have the symbol that they use, and then the dates of the hurricane. That's the closest I've ever come to getting tattoos.
Casey, didn't. Casey, I put it in the bubble.
No.
Yeah, he put it next to your tattoo. He put it right underneath your future tattoo.
I'm not getting that tattoo. I'm not getting Trump's face.
Oh,
on my
come
back.
on.
No.
Come on, man. Be patriotic. Come on.
No.
Damn it.
Not happening.
I'm a hard as a Trump supporter as there can be, and I wouldn't put Trump's face on my body.
Yeah.
No, nobody's face is going on my body.
Well, I mean, have you seen that Impractical Jokers episode where they put Will Smith's son on Sal's thigh? They ended up. I don't know if you saw that. Anybody?
No.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I can't say that I have.
He's like, what does that have to do with me? He's like, it's just a joke. It's permanent.
Joke. So random.
It's like, imagine you get Adam Aaron on your thigh. You're like, what? I am holding the stock, but I don't want to be married to him.
Yeah, you go up to him and you say, hey, look, I got your face.
Look at this. Yeah. Imagine. I mean, I understand a lady doing that because she can hike up her skirt a little bit and then show it to him. But a guy lowering his pants, look.
All right, Casey, I'll take one for the team. They say the Ranger motto is lead the way.
Lead the way.
Lead, follower, get out of the way. I'll show you my wound if you show me yours. I too had a butt injury, and I put the pictures in your general. You feel free to share those if you want. I'm willing to put myself out there. So I'll give you 3 photographs to choose from. But that was where I was building my boat dock, and I was moving backwards, and the boards were gone, and I fell. And when I fell, I fell a long ways, and I hit pretty hard. But so
Good look fence holder you got there.
I'm gonna compare my wounds to yours and see what you think.
I would post mine up, but when Melissa sent it to me, it's pretty gross.
Pretty gross. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'll go first. I
don't know if I want to share though.
That's fair enough. You don't have to. There's no pressure. There's no pressure. I'm just a giver.
I don't have any wounds on my butt, but I'll post my butt if you guys want to see it. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, I was building a boat dock, and the low tide was like the water was down like 6 feet, and then there's 2 feet of sand underneath that. We had the boards up, and I was walking backwards, and I stepped into one of the holes, and I fell the entire length, and then I hit a board on my way down. I thought I broke my back. I laid there for probably half an hour, but that was the bruise that resulted the next morning. So I too am aware of the pain from the lower back regions. It can be.
Oh my goodness!
But say
Your
it's
pants are like
say
full
it's
on pulled down on
uncomfortable.
this one. I'm not putting this up.
Well, it's just my ass. It's not. I mean, if you've seen one ass, you've seen
That
them all.
is-
That's up to you. I don't care.
That
what
is
you're doing.
one hell of a bruise, though. Gee whiz.
Yeah. Yeah.
Battle wound.
That's like
Donkey
a night
Kong-
in New Orleans. Damn.
But Donkey Kong posted the image "My Whole Matters" with a squirrel in there. Almost the bottom of that paper is almost exactly where the spot is.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, he did a good job on that.
What's the spatula for?
I'll go ahead and delete that then.
What's this? What did you say? What is the spatula for?
Oh yeah, the spatula in the kitchen.
Was there? Oh shit! He was looking at other things.
That's the Aunt Jemima treatment from
All I
Stripes.
see is butt. Oh, look at that! There is a spatula.
Man, I'm trying to share here, and he's inspecting my kitchen. Man, don't worry about my spatula, man.
Yeah. Is that what gave you that bruise for real?
Yeah, that's how I got the bruise. Mrs. Pirate was spanking me with the spatula, and things got a little out. I forgot my safe word, and that's what happens when you forget your safe word.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't go to jail, so apparently we can't make a joke about that. But we'll take the Mrs. Pirate spanking
Listen,
you.
You guys got to give it to me. You got to give me credit. You can't say if anything, I'm transparent. I'm not afraid to share. So
Yep.
Trans.
We got the full.
Yep.
We got the full backside transparency for sure.
There you go.
All right.
Overshare.
Quick, if you want to see Parrot's butt, go to. And don't you wish you were part of Discord
It's too late.
now?
It's too late. They're gone. It's gone forever. As is my custom. I've deleted
it's gone.
it.
It's gone.
It's gone forever.
Gone forever. Darn.
You either you strike while the iron's hot, you snooze, you lose, man. You got to be an active participant here.
Flash in the pan.
Like quite literally, I think people were taking screenshots as I was saying that. You're probably a good thing.
Good
you
luck
did
to
what
them.
you
I hope
did.
if they make any money off of it, I hope they spend it well and buy a few shares of AMC with it. Yeah, my buddy was with me, man, and he watched it happen, and immediately said, "Should I call the ambulance?" I was like, "No, man, just leave me." I said, "I didn't hear anything break, and I didn't feel anything break." He said, "You want me to help you up?" I said, "No, I said, I just need to be left alone for a minute." And I think I laid there for a better part of a half an hour. And,
Yep. He didn't. It wasn't. It was Mrs. Pirate with the spatula. Okay, guys.
yeah, you can go with that if that works for you. If that makes for a better story, if that makes it all the more entertaining, by all means.
It's better than saying Pirate got pegged. That doesn't fly well. I like the other one.
Was there a tail in the background?
Nana says, "Nice ass." Nana, come on, cut me a little slack now. I'm almost 60 years old. I had my time in the sun. I know I'm well fed. I know I have an abundant waistline, but I own it, man. I'm proud of it. I have no issues with my body. I was blessed with good DNA and genetics, and I had my time in the sun, and now I eat when I'm hungry, sleep when I'm tired. I don't worry too much about hitting the gym or all that other horse shit. I don't have time left for that. I'm going to enjoy this ride. I'm going to leave one of those corpses that looks all used up. There was nothing left. I used it all up, and
Yeah.
Pirate, when it happened, Pirate, was it one of those times you sat there and you saw stars and you did like an internal system check?
No, I never lost consciousness, and I didn't have lose stars or see stars. But what I had was a real severe pain in that whole area, which I knew immediately that was a good thing. That my friend, that was the first thing he asked me. He said, you still got feeling on your toes and everything. Cause I you can break your back and it's bad when you don't feel anything. I was like, no, man, I'm hurting in a big way. He's like, good. I'm like, all right. Oh, I know, Nan. I'm just having fun with you, honey.
So is it like pain when you hit the pinky, like your foot pinky?
No. It's worse than that. It was way worse than that.
Oh man, yeah, I haven't had that.
It is as ugly as that looks. KC's is far more dangerous and worse or painful because his is. See, I got on the fatty part of my ass, so that took all that energy, all that bad black bruising and all that shit. That's actually what probably saved me. If when I fell, if the impact would have been on my lower back where Casey's surgery is, there's a really good possibility I'd probably be in a wheelchair. So it was really good fortune that I landed on the fat part of my big old bottom. But
good morning to Sensor Content and Pro Jeweler. I think I kind of mentioned your name, but I didn't say good morning to you. Good to see you guys.
Thanks, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you ever been burnt, Casey? Have you ever had? I mean, everybody's been burnt by maybe a cigarette bump, but I mean, really burned, like something
I did
bad.
the dumbest thing ever, and I grabbed. So I was working a chainsaw outside, cutting up some wood.
Oh, you told me the story. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
and I'd probably been running that thing for probably like a good half hour straight. And the chains,
so she was good and hot. She was good and hot.
Yeah. So the chain started kind of binding a little bit, like the tension was a little too tight or something on it. And it's not, it's one of those really terrible brands that probably just, was overheating or whatever. And so I turned it off and I thought, well, I'll just I'll adjust the chain a little bit. And I kind of set it down on a table. It was a little unbalanced and the chainsaw started to fall after I had, and I didn't want it to fall because it was all the parts were going to come. I had already taken off the nut that was going to cause the chain to fall off. And so I just grabbed it really fast, and I grabbed right on the engine.
Instinctually, you just grabbed it.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, dude! The skin.
Sizzle. Did you get that nice sizzle? A nice sizzle, like a sizzling nice sound, like bacon, like you dropping bacon into a skillet.
Yeah, it was like dropping bacon right into a skillet, right on my hand, and oh my gosh, dude! I screamed, grabbed my wrist.
The reason I asked was I shared that little mishap with you there with the accompanying photographs, but I'm throughout all my adventures, I've been busted up a lot, and I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've experienced a wide array of different kinds of pain. And for me, I can't speak for you, Casey, but for me, fire was the worst. I've had you name it, I've done it. Cuts, broken, busted, bent, but the fire was the worst. And I thought, man, looking back on it right now, nothing compares to being burned. Both while it's happening and afterwards. So
it gets to a certain point, and I can't say that I've had this happen to me, but it does get to a certain point. From my understanding, is that at some point you just lose all, like your brain shuts down the nerves from.
Yeah. Well, that's when you go into shock. That's
sending signals to your brain.
Petro needs to weigh in on this because Petro is he's our resident fire battalion chief. He knows all about getting burned and all that. But you're right. At some point, the pain becomes so great that your brain starts to shut down, and that's the body's defense mechanism.
Yeah, I just, but I know I've played that game before with coworkers where it's like, what would you rather? And that one always comes up. Would you rather be burned alive or freeze to death?
Yeah, my foreman was driving me to the emergency room, and I told him, I said, you need to drive, which he knew then that said a lot because nobody drives me. And I said, because this is going to go south real fast. And about halfway there,
shaking.
I told him, I said, Lude, I'm getting ready to pass out. I said, just don't freak out. I said, but I can feel it coming.
Yeah.
I didn't. Fortunately, I didn't. But I told him because he was stopping at red lights. I said, dude, you need to fuck these red lights. Look both ways. If nobody's coming, you need to press on it. But yeah, I told him, I said, don't be scared, man. I'm getting ready to pass out, but I'm not dying. I'm just fucking passing out.
Yeah. I remember specifically with that chainsaw.
Well, there's Petra.
I had Melissa drive me to the local ER, and I remember feeling the same kind of thing, like I was going to pass out. And I told her, I was like, I think I may pass out here. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm going to pass out. And I started shaking like violently. I just couldn't stop the shaking, and you know, they're all just normal reactions that happens when you have a
Yeah, you
burn
have
like
no
that.
control over it. It has nothing to do with toughness or
Yeah.
any of that stoicism. It's nothing to do with that. It's just a biological response. Petro said his fingertips don't have feeling anymore because he's been burned, and also the tips of his ears. Yeah, firemen, a lot of firemen, especially lifers like him, who's done it their whole career, they got all kinds of stories about all those guys that are smoke eaters getting burned up all the time.
Mm-hmm.
No,
All right,
I'll take drowning, Nana. Yep.
Drowning. So those are the three choices.
Over
So
fire. Over
drowning,
fire.
fire, and cold. You know, you're going to take the drowning, huh?
Oh, no. If cold's a choice, I'll definitely take a cold. Anybody
Yeah.
knows anything about survival knows
cold.
you just fall asleep. All you do is fall asleep when you're
Well,
cold.
you do.
Yeah, cold
You
gets
actually
better.
go through really violent shaking, which is actually very painful. But it is, that would be the way that I would prefer to go out of the three: burning, drowning, or cold. I would go cold.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Well, this has been a pleasant topic. Or if Cannon on the Hill was giving me hell this morning, hopefully he or she is pleased. Does this please you? Are you not entertained?
Tommy says I drowned. 10 out of 10 would choose that. I don't. So I have a problem with the whole drowning thing, but that's just because I've been such an avid swimmer most of my life. Not recently, but most of my life I've been a swimmer, and the idea of not being able to, like, I don't know if I could just give in to that whole like taking a breath while you're underwater kind of feeling. I have a
Well,
hard
sooner
time
or
with
later you're going to, but he's right. There's no pain. Everything I've read about it, drowning is painless. It's very fast. You take one deep breath and you're over with. And you may say you're not going to take that deep breath, but sooner or later your lungs are going to suck in and it's over with. Lights out.
Yeah.
So yeah. But I think the panic of that would be far worse than the freezing. See, for me, the whole idea of meeting my end with freezing is that you drift off to sleep. Ultimately, in the end, it doesn't culminate in some giant panic attack or anxiety attack, or it's not hand in hand with some real violent pain like burning. It's more or less of losing consciousness and drifting off. And I think all things being equal, that would be the path of least resistance.
I would, Howie Frog.
Let's do a whole segment. Let's do a whole segment on how we want to die.
Next week. Next week we can do that. I gotta take
I think,
off here.
I choose to overdose on heroin.
Oh, I like it, man. Overdose on heroin.
Yeah,
I'm with you, man.
That would probably be better.
Yeah. If I gotta go, man, let's do it right. Yeah.
Heroin. Yeah. I go that way. Yeah.
And plus, if you ever seen any of these heroin addicts, you slim down a little bit. I mean, you can lose that belly fat that you had for so many years.
Yeah. Start stealing and lying to my friends.
Yes, steal from your best friends and your family, and
Eating out of trash cans.
sell off your wife's jewelry for drug money. Yeah, all that good shit. Yeah.
Living behind 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Rifling through your grandmother's purse to steal her last $5. Yeah, good stuff.
Holden Holt says I'd like to go from overexcitement
It's
of
still
AMC
my
1000
choice.
You know, Holden Holt. I hate to say this because I know it's just statistics tend to be kind of one of my stronger points, but statistically, the chances of somebody actually having some kind of cardiac arrest from watching the price going is going to be a possibility. There's a very strong possibility that somebody could have some kind of cardiac arrest when they see that. So, and I'm not trying to be funny or joking or anything. It's just that the statistics are there. That's
snowstorms.
Yeah.
There's people who die every year. There's a snowstorm because they go out and try to shovel snow for 4 hours when they haven't got off the couch in years. But that one day they grab a snow, and there's people who flop over dead every time there's a snowstorm. Yeah, I'm with you. Censor content.
All right.
Somebody I used to listen to the Bob and Tom show because I love their comedy, and they had a guy on there who did a musical bit, a song that was about the end of the world, and he was told that that if the end of the world was coming, he knew it, how he would go out. And he said, the same thing that Censor Content said. He's going to do a bunch of blow off a hooker and shoot heroin. He's going to go around and smack kids, all the things that you're not allowed to do because you'd be shunned by society. Yeah, and it was a really funny story. And then the end of his song, the punchline was that the world didn't end. And I can remember the end of it. He said, "The world didn't end, but I had a very lovely time." And just the way he put it was like he attended a tea party where they had a nice buffet. He was like, he did all these really raunchy, awful things that are antithetical to a normal society. And then in the end, when the world didn't end, he was like, "Well, it's okay. I had a really lovely time." And I've always loved that comedy bit.
All right. I have got to get out of here, guys, because I'm not getting any response.
You've been saying that for a half an hour.
Yeah. I really do need to go though.
All right, you get some rest.
Well, it's not that I need to. I'm probably not going to get any. Yeah. So let me go ahead and set up the outro. I will see you guys later. I had to cut him off because unfortunately he did that to me the other day and it caused a content strike when he was playing the music, unfortunately, so I have to cut that off. But it is that time of the day for me to head out, guys. I will see you all later. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, there we go. As usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you, so spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors as well. And above all else, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is help support AMC. But above all else, above that, don't have a good weekend. Have a good one. Have a great one.
so oh, hi ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay? Jerry, STD. Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad? Oh, oh, hi, ho. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey, just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay?